Mon Parlement,
My planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
notre devenir. Mon Parlement,
my planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
Note de venir. Mon Parlement,
my planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
Note de venir. Parlement,
My planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
Notre devenir.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will start shortly. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much.
Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, Speakers and Presidents of Parliament, distinguished Presidents of international and regional parliamentary assemblies, Madam Directeur General of the United Nations Office in Geneva, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased and honored to welcome you all to the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. It is with great enthusiasm that I invite Her Excellency Dr. Julia Axon, the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Speaker of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, to take the floor and deliver the opening remarks of this 15th edition of the Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament.
Your Excellency, Ms. Maya Reinicke, President of the National Council of Switzerland, but also President of this Federal Assembly, also President of this 15th Summit of Women Speakers. Colleagues, I have decided to mention all her positions so that we all know in this room that we are being presided over by the most powerful woman in this country. Madam Director General of the United Nations Office in Geneva, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, Mr. Martin Chungong. I would like also to recognize the presence of all of you speakers of national parliaments and also of senates, but also I would like to recognize the presence of the senator from Mexico, who also serves as the IPU president for the Women's Bureau, Ms. Cynthia Castro, members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with much appreciation that I welcome you to this 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. I am honored to share this moment with my esteemed colleague, Ms. Renica, the President of the National Council of Switzerland and President of this 15th edition of the summit. Madam President, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to you and to the National Council and to the people of Switzerland for your gracious hospitality. I am very pleased that the summit in this important year for women and girls is taking place in a beautiful country with a long-standing commitment to peace, dialogue, and mediation. I am also pleased that we are meeting in the city of multilateralism, host of our shared institution, the Inter-Parliamentary Union. This summit, dear colleagues, dear friends, carries a special significance. It is a reflection of a powerful and growing reality. We are more and more women leading the institutions where democracy lives, where the people are represented, where laws are made and policies are shaped. As we mark 30 years since the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, a bold and visionary blueprint for gender equality, I welcome the rise in the number of women speakers of parliament. In 1995, a mere 10% of presiding officers of parliaments were women. Today, that figure stands at 21.2%. This is not only encouraging, it is transformative. The trend is clear, and it is irreversible. But the pace is too slow, and the 50-50 too far of reach. We must keep pushing harder, consistently. The path to leadership is not an easy one. Each of us has walked the road filled with obstacles, too many of them deeply gendered, stereotypes, bias, and marginalization, double standards, and often hostility, and at times violence. Often, patriarchal structures and challenging societal norms continue to push back when we lead. And yet, here we are. Not because the path was easy, but because it was vital. Vital individually and collectively. Vital for development and democracy. This summit, dear colleagues, dear friends, is a unique platform for us to gather as women leaders. This year, it comes at a moment in history that calls for our full attention and collective resolve. In too many places, women's and girls' rights, freedoms, and empowerment are being challenged. In political participation, we are seeing stagnation. In rights, we are seeing regression. A backlash, loud, organized, and well-funded, is pushing back against hard-won rights. It seeks to silence women's voices, reverse legal protections, and undermine bodily autonomy. It feeds on disinformation, polarization, and fear. It has no borders. In the face of this, we must stand firm. We will not allow decades of progress to be dismantled. And we will not allow the next generation of women to inherit a weaker, more fragile foundation than the one we fought for, than the one we are fighting for. Parity in political decision-making is not just a goal. It is a matter of democratic legitimacy. It is not about symbolic presence. It is about substantive power. It is about ensuring that the laws and decisions that shape society are taken by the diversity of its people, and that they reflect the needs, experiences, and aspirations of all people, leaving no woman and no girl behind. While we face resistance, we must remember that history is still being written. Progress continues, and so do the actions that help us shape it. I welcome the IPU's Plan of Action for Parity in Parliaments, adopted by the strong and visionary participants in the IPU Global Conference on Women Parliamentarians held in Mexico earlier this year. Under the leadership of Senator Lopez Castro, the president of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in her country, where parity is the norm. This norm has also been enshrined by the CEDAW General Recommendation number 40 on the equal and inclusive representation of women in decision-making systems, providing a clear roadmap for inclusive governance. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the standards were set. We have the tools, and we know the actions. Our parliaments must be the front line of change. To help, the IPU has selected gender equality as a focus of its work in 2025. And we have launched a campaign called Achieving Gender Equality, Action by Action, to mobilize transformative change by parliaments and their men and women members. And it is very encouraging that we have quite a number of men in the House this morning. I urge you to join the campaign and lead the movement to turn commitment into action towards parity in politics, gender-sensitive parliaments, and the elimination of violence and discrimination against women and girls. Next to action, we need solidarity, because gender equality is not a women's issue. It is a political issue and a development issue. It is also a peace and security issue. For 25 years now, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda has recognized women's essential role in conflict prevention and peace building. Where are we in the implementation of this crucial agenda? We have seen progress, notably in the adoption of the national action plans. In Europe, as well as in my own region, East Africa and the Great Lakes, regional plans of action were adopted. However, a lack of accountability and insufficient resources for implementing these commitments are flagrant. Aiming for peace also means approaching violence against women and girls with the urgency and seriousness it demands. Conflict has a profoundly gendered face. Before, during, and after wars, it is women and girls who carry the heaviest burdens. They face overlapping crises, caring for families, sustaining communities, and enduring horrors that remain unseen and unspoken. For many women and girls, conflict resembles another world's hell, where the bodies are turned into battlefields, while their suffering is rendered invisible. This violence, whether in the form of targeted sexual assault or systemic exclusion in peacetime, is part of the same continuum of gender-based discrimination and harm. We must confront this abhorrent reality as a central political and peace-building priority, ensuring our parliaments respond with the full weight of political will, law and policy, resources, and accountability. Already 10 years ago, in addition to equal participation of men and women in peace and security, the IPU has also called for dedicating 15% of funding related to peace and security to supporting women's initiatives, enhancing women's participation, protecting women and girls from violence, and advancing gender equality. Colleagues, friends, let's revive this commitment and drive it towards action. We have the mandate as speakers of our national parliaments, as speakers of senates. We have the momentum. That's why we are all gathered here. And yes, we have the moral authority. So, dear colleagues, dear friends, let's get to work together. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam President. It is a great privilege to stand beside you today. Your leadership as President of the IPU and as a women speaker is inspiring and significant. We are indeed fortunate to witness this moment, a testament to the growing strength and representation of women in global parliamentary leadership. German. Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin der
Dear IPU President, Director General of the UN Agency in Geneva, Secretary General of the IPU, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege as President of the Swiss National Council to welcome you to Geneva, the city of multilateral dialogue and international cooperation, and this for the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. Gathering here today comes as the culmination of months of collaborative preparation among women leaders of Parliament from the different regions of the world. Allow me to acknowledge the tremendous work accomplished by the members of the preparatory committee of the summit, and I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of them, and of course to the IPU, particularly President Axon, and I'd like to state that she has been an inspiration to all of us. I think she has earned our applause. Please give her a hand. Dear colleagues, I am thrilled to welcome you to this 15th edition of your summit. I am truly honored to host it jointly with the IPU, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming and taking part in this very important event. This summit holds a very special significance for us because peace, the central focus of our discussions, is at the very core of Swiss policy and values. This summit comes at a time when advancing and sustaining peace is not just important, it is also urgent. Around the world, we witness too many conflicts, rising tensions, heightened global uncertainty, but also a troubling erosion of democratic values. In such a context, we are compelled as women leaders to actively confront these challenges with a transformative agenda at the crossroads of inclusive governance, gender equality, and sustainable peace. Our determination and vision are more important than ever because it is women and girls who suffer the most. They face gender-based violence, displacement, discrimination, and exclusion. We witness mothers powerless who see their children die. We see daughters traumatized for the rest of their lives, crying over dead bodies. We know that girls are being sold as brides and that rape continue to be used as a weapon of war. We read that women and girl refugees and displaced cannot access food and health care. In addition, it does not help that women are underrepresented where important decisions are being taken. Women are excluded from decision-making processes. But let me say this loud and clear. Peace without the involvement of women cannot be a lasting peace. Inclusion is not just a matter of fairness, but it is actually a prerequisite for lasting peace. Without women at the table, we cannot have lasting peace. Women cannot just be observers. Rather, they need to be full, respected decision makers and need to be recognized as such. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, Switzerland has a long-standing commitment to just and peaceful international order. From the Geneva Conventions through to what is happening today, our humanitarian tradition demonstrates that we have dialogue that follows laws which seek to diffuse conflicts. We believe that inclusive dialogue and mediation are not just possible, but that they are necessary to achieve peace. But even with all the progress we have seen, we must acknowledge that there is still much work to be done. In Switzerland, we have made real strides. At the moment, we have a woman president, and the percentage of women in the different chambers is over 38%. However, parity is still far away. The number of women in leadership positions has gone up 28% in recent years. However, we still do not have equal representation. There are still barriers in key areas such as diplomacy, technology, climate, and peace building. And this affects particularly young women because it's just 4% of the members of our chambers who are young parliamentarians. But the Swiss Parliament is working on a number of issues, including inclusion and issues affecting society as a whole. We are looking at issues such as women's financial independence and equality in wages, among other issues. And then there are moments of inspiration which remind us why all of this work is so important. In 2022, Switzerland was elected for the first time as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, and it was Pascal Perisfil who spoke our message at the UN. This was a milestone and demonstrates the key role that women must play in shaping peace and security at the highest level. Yet, too often, women remain excluded from peace processes and critical decisions. And violence is increasing against women at the same time. In conflict zones, There is violence also emerging through digital platforms. Therefore, we see that it is critical to have gender-specific mechanisms that we include in our policies. The toxic standards that are focused on men are barriers that we all must work to overcome. This year is a milestone for women. We mark 30 years after the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and this is the 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. Therefore, it is time to reach the transformative results that we aim for. We can and must use this summit in order to pave the way for the future. Tomorrow, we will have the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, and that will be an opportunity and an obligation to embed inclusivity and gender perspectives into the heart of the conference deliberations. And to that end, we need to ensure that men and women have equal rights in decision-making, and we need to ensure that structural and social barriers do not block women's influence over the agenda across peace building, sustainability, innovation, and human rights. This is why our discussions today will focus on the profound impact of climate change, which exacerbates gender inequalities, disproportionately affecting women and girls, particularly those in fragile contexts. And this is a challenge to lasting peace. Similarly, we must embrace our responsibility to guide the development and governance of digital technologies. Inclusive leadership in digital transformation and communication tools, as well as in artificial intelligence, is essential to prevent gender-based bias, to safeguard the rights, freedom, and dignity of women and girls online, and also to ensure that the positive potential of these advancements leave no woman and no girl behind. One key area of progress in women's leadership that we need to see is the reaching of parity in political participation and leadership. The number of women in parliamentary leadership positions has gone up in the last 30 years. However, I regret that only 20% of the world parliaments which are led by women. Here too, parity must be our goal. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, I invite you to turn our shared concerns into concrete commitments for action. Let us chart together a course where leadership and inclusion go together hand in hand, and let us bring women and girls in all their diversity to the heart of peace and progress. Thank you for your attention.
And now, dear esteemed colleagues and dear participants, it is with great pleasure that I invite now the Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva, Mrs. Tatiana Balovaya, to deliver her remarks.
Excellencies, President Axon, President Ryneke, distinguished speakers and presidents of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a great pleasure to welcome you all to Geneva, the heart of multilateral diplomacy, for this 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Swiss Parliament for convening this important gathering and for your long-standing leadership in promoting inclusive governance and gender equality at the highest levels of political decision-making. This year marks several significant milestones. As was already said, 30 years ago, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action charted a bold path for women's empowerment. 25 years ago, the adoption of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda marked a turning point by recognizing for the first time the crucial role women play in preventing conflict and building peace. And 10 years ago, the world agreed on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, placing gender equality at its heart. Yet, despite these historic commitments, the pace of progress remains far too slow. Globally, women hold just over 27% of seats in national parliaments and 35% in local governments, a marginal increase compared to previous decade. The 2024 super-election year, with over 12,000 parliamentary seats renewed across 59 countries, was a missed opportunity. Women representation saw little change. To achieve meaningful progress, we must act with bold political will, adopt transformative policies, and take deliberate actions to dismantle the structural and cultural barriers holding women back. Ambitious gender quotas, zero-tolerance policy against violence in politics, and systematic support for women candidates are not optional, they are essential. Dear parliamentarians, gender equality is not just a goal in itself. It is a prerequisite to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. SDG 5 specifically calls for women's full and equal participation in decision-making. The recently adopted Pact for the Future reaffirms this imperative, stressing that none of our global objectives will be met without the full, safe, equal, and meaningful participation of women at every level of political, economic, and public life. At the United Nations, gender equality is at the heart of our mission, both around the world and within the organization itself. Thanks to the leadership and determination of the UN Secretary-General, we have already achieved key milestones. Notably, we have achieved gender parity among the heads of divisions of Secretariat, resident coordinators, as well as heads and deputy heads of missions in peace operations, well ahead of schedule. This is a clear demonstration that where there is a will, there is indeed a way. Here, at the United Nations office at Geneva, we have achieved gender parity at all professional levels already 3 years ago, well ahead of the UN Secretariat's global targets, and we have sustained it ever since. We are also witnessing notable progress when it comes to gender representation within senior roles in international Geneva. Today, more than half of the UN entities and international organizations based in Geneva are led by women. And for many, like me, this marks the first time they have been ever led by a female executive. Among the permanent representatives and observers to the UN in Geneva, about 1/3 are now women, reflecting a positive trend in diplomatic leadership. Geneva is also the birthplace of the International Gender Champions Initiative, a leadership network that recently marked its 10th anniversary, and we are very proud that Secretary-General Martin Chungong is the chair of the global board of this initiative. This initiative brings together decision-makers committed to breaking down gender barriers, and sometimes simple actions, such as refusing to speak on panel lacking a gender balance, send powerful signals and help reshape cultures of leadership. Many activities take place here to promote gender equality. For example, For the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and on the International Day of Women in Diplomacy, which we celebrated this June, we organized the exhibition called Not a Woman's Job? Where member states presented photos of women with success stories in multilateralism and diplomacy. In previous years, this exhibition, which has become an annual event, featured women in sports and women in science and technology. We plan to focus our next edition next year on women in power, women like you, leading their societies, communities, parliaments, and governments. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations deeply values its cooperation with parliaments, which are the beating heart of democracy. Parliamentary leadership is indispensable to the multilateral system. You craft laws, shape budgets, and hold governments to account. When women lead in these institutions, they bring new perspectives and drive policies that are more inclusive, more equitable, and just for all. Let me close by expressing my deepest appreciation to all of you for your commitment and leadership. You are not only trailblazers in your own countries, you are role models for a new generation of women leaders around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Valovaya, for your informative message. Dear colleagues, dear participants, we have heard wonderful insights from Dr. Axon and from Mrs. Valovaya. To keep this momentum going, we will now proceed directly to the first session of this 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament on Women, Peace and Security Agenda 2025 years on, persisting challenges and the way forward. I am honored to open this session reflecting on a milestone that resonates deeply with many of us. 25 years after the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, we come together not only to assess how far we have come, but also to share the realities we face in our own countries, the progress, the setbacks, and the opportunities ahead to strengthen the important on women, peace, and security agenda. To open this session, we are honored to hear from a leading global voice on women leadership in peace and security, Her Royal Highness and the Grand Duchess Maria Theresa of Luxembourg. Her Royal Highness is a global champion for the fight against sexual violence in conflict, jointly with our own Secretary General of the IPU, gender champion and friend Martin Chungong. Although Her Royal Highness could not be here in person today, she has shared a special and powerful message with us. I ask kindly the technical team to play the video.
Distinguished speakers, honorable presidents, dear friends, it is a great honor to address you today at this timely and urgent summit. Under the theme, Leading for Inclusive and Lasting Peace, we are reminded of our shared responsibility to redefine peace and security. This is a call to action. True peace can neither be inclusive nor lasting if women continue to be targeted in conflict. In every conflict around the world, women and children pay the highest price. They lose homes, loved ones, and far too often they lose their dignity to one of the most brutal and invisible weapons of war, rape. Sexual violence is not collateral damage. It is strategic, systematic, and indeed intended to terrorize communities, destroy families, and break spirits. As Pramila Patten, the UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, reports, in only 2 months, between January and February this year, over 10,000 rapes were reported in refugee camps in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Among the victims, 1 in 3 was a child. In Afghanistan, 28 million women are living as walled up alive. In other crisis zones, such as Somalia, Ukraine, and Sudan, rape continues to be used as a weapon of war, leaving women's bodies marked forever by violence and far too often impunity. And unfortunately, even on the migration routes, 9 out of 10 women are victims of rape or sexual violence during their path to exile. This must stop. A subject that Stand, Speak, Rise Up has decided to tackle by supporting refugee women in Luxembourg. We can no longer look away from this reality. There can be no lasting peace without justice for survivors. There can be no inclusive peace without their active participation. That is why I founded Stand, Speak, Rise Up 6 years ago, to denounce rape as a weapon of war, to prevent its use, and to support survivors. We accompany them on every front: psychological, legal, economical, and social. Our guiding principle is clear: nothing about us without us. Survivors must not only be heard, they are leaders, they are experts, and they must be central to the women, peace, and security agenda. As parliamentarians, as women leaders, as decision makers, as UN global champions for the fight against sexual violence in conflict, we have a duty to ensure their voices, to fight impunity, to invest in survivor-centered support. Together, we can and must create a future where no one is a weapon of war, where no one is condemned to live in terror and pain. Women's bodies must never be used as battlefields. Distinguished speakers,
I am truly grateful for such an inspiring message, and I'm sure that I speak for all of us, thanking Her Royal Highness, the Grand Duchess Maria Theresa of Luxembourg, for her contribution to our summit. Esteemed colleagues, it is now time to embark on the debate of this session. I invite those of you who registered to intervene in this session to use the opportunity to share your insights, experiences, and reflections on the progress made and the challenges that remain in advancing the women, peace, and security agenda. This is a space for us to exchange views on how we can further strengthen the leadership of women in peace and security processes, address the gendered impact of conflict of women and girls, and pave the way for inclusive and sustainable peace in our societies. Dear colleagues, we have a rich and diverse list of speakers lined up for this important discussion. To start, I invite Mrs. Juan Zudari, President of the National Assembly of Cambodia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving the floor. Honorable Speakers, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Cambodian delegation, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to IPU and the National Council of the Swiss Federal Assembly for convening this important forum to exchange views and look for solutions to addressing emerging global issues and challenges and the way forward. Women's peace and security is critical to peace building. We must work together and advance this global agenda. The world today stands at the critical juncture. We face a stark choice: peace or war, rule of law or its erosion, shared prosperity or destructive zero-sum thinking. The weakening of the global governance, disregard for international law, threaten peace and stability worldwide. We must stand firm defending international law, the UN Charter, and multilateral system that form the foundation of world peace. Women leaders everywhere must stand up to protect the rule-based international system, particularly the respect of the UN Charter. In this regard, we call upon Thai military to end its aggression against Cambodia, which violates the UN Charter by undermining the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a sovereign nation. Moreover, the Thai military has been using cluster bombs, chemical weapons, F-16 fighter jet, drone, and heavy weaponry, killing innocent violence, displacing hundreds of thousands of people, destroying hospitals, schools, and local livelihoods. Women and children are mostly affected. Clearly, this is a war crime and a crime against humanity. I urge international community to pay close attention to this need to help find truth and justice. We urgently call for the immediate ceasefire to protect civilians, especially women and children, from further harm. We must comply with the principle of international humanitarian law. Distinguished delegates, here I would like to stress that advancing the Women's Force and Security WPS agenda is pathway to sustainable peace. Cambodia is the first ASEAN member state and the second in Asia-Pacific region to complete the Measuring Opportunity for Women in Peace Operation assessment in 2023. And our commitment to women's empowerment is long-standing. Since 2006, Cambodia has deployed nearly 10,000 peacekeepers, including about 900 women. We aim to raise women representatives.
My dear Madam President, I kindly ask you to come to the end of your speech, please.
What?
Thank you.
It's time?
Yes, it's time. But I give you another 15 seconds.
So thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights, Madam President. Now, let me turn to Ms. Kandia Kamisoko Kamara, President of the Senate of Côte d'Ivoire. Madame la Présidente, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. IPU President, Secretary General, President of the Swiss Parliament, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. 25 years ago, the international community unanimously adopted Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council. This was a historic document which recognized the disproportionate impact of armed conflict on women, but it also recognized the key role that women play in resolving crises and post-conflict reconstruction. Today, still, the founding principles of this document are relevant because there has been some progress in some countries. However, we still face major challenges. We are seeing increasing militarization in our societies and also sexual violence used as a weapon in war, among other issues. Côte d'Ivoire has paid close attention to this Resolution 1325. After a number of years of crises, my country undertook a number of initiatives seeking lasting peace, which is based on inclusion. I would like to advocate and mention two action plans that have adopted on women, peace, and security. In 2008, Côte d'Ivoire adopted its first national action plan to implement Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council. And this plan covers the period of 2012 and seeks to reinforce women's participation in peace building and national reconstruction processes after socio-political crises. The implementation of this first plan allowed for significant progress in addressing gender issues and including these in our policies, as well as providing for the protection of women's rights during conflicts. On the 20th of November 2024, we adopted a further plan which addresses current challenges such as extreme violence, terrorism, climate change, and forced displacements. The National Action Plan has 4 strategic axes to it and seeks 11 outcomes with a specific focus on territoriality and the participation of young girls and protection against sexual violence in times of conflict, as well as looking at the economic situation of women affected by crises. In reconciliation mechanisms as well, we need to include women. Women have been integrated in national and local dialogue structures, particularly in the dialogue and reconstruction body, and they are included in all of these efforts. In a number of places, we have had women who have led peace committees, and they have worked together with others in the community, and their presence has made it possible to diffuse tensions and to rebuild trust and to build the social links that were destroyed during conflict. Here we are seeking to prevent further conflicts. Therefore, women have a strategic role to play in maintaining peace. And therefore, in Côte d'Ivoire, in the Ministry for Women's Affairs, working together with a number of partners such as UN Women, we have supported a number of actions. The chair interrupts the speaker. And the chair says, could you please bring your statement to a conclusion? Could you please bring your statement to its conclusion? Because your time is up. I apologize, says the chair. The speaker, we are looking at the role of women in the sector of security. Côte d'Ivoire is committed to having more women involved in security, particularly through training and awareness-raising policies. I am firmly convinced that we have a key role to play in order to implement international commitments and translate them into national legislation in order to ensure that we have gender-sensitive policies so that we can pave the way for women in power. We would like inclusive governance and security, where women are not just victims or beneficiaries, but rather they are change makers. It is only in this way that we can build a shared and lasting peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for your contribution. I just remind all of you that we've agreed that every speaker can have 3 minutes. But now I call Mrs. Maria Fernanda Ley, Speaker of the National Parliament of Timor-Leste. You're here. The floor is yours, please, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Excellency Ms. Maja Rieniker, President of the Swiss National Council and Chair of the Summit. Excellency Dr. Tulia Exen, President of the IPU, distinguished speakers, and presidents of parliament and their representatives, distinguished representatives of associated members and observers members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. 25 years ago, UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was instrumental in formally recognizing the unique role of women in building peace and security. A quarter of a century later, it is time to take a hard look at where we are and where we need to go. Let us acknowledge the progress that has been made today. There is greater awareness of women's unique contribution to conflict mediation and peace building, and there are significant advances in the legal recognition of sexual violence as a war crime. However, alarming challenges persist as women remain drastically underrepresented at the negotiation table, with only 13% of negotiators and 6% of signatories to peace agreements being women. Funding for women's organizations working for peace remains inadequate, accounting for less than 1% of peace and security-related aid. Even more worrying, it is the impunity for sexual violence crimes remains widespread, and we witness how women's rights are frequently instrumentalized rather than genuinely supported. As parliamentarians, we have specific responsibilities. We need to seek ideas and solutions to increase women's participation in peace processes, ideas and solutions to ensure direct funding for women-led organizations, and ideas and solutions to strengthen accountability mechanisms. The path forward requires action. We cannot accept another 25 years of slow progress while conflicts continue to destroy communities and women remain marginalized from solutions. Sustainable peace is only possible with the full and meaningful participation of women. Colleagues, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda is not just a question of rights, it is a question of effectiveness. UN Women's Global Study, which analyzed the 40 peace process since the end of the Cold War, shows that agreements with female participation are 35% more likely to last at least 15 years. Further research shows that likelihood of sustainable peace after 20 years is 70% when women sign the agreements, compared with only 25% when they do not participate. It is time to turn commitments into concrete legislative actions. Let us draw inspirations from the wisdom of the Spanish poet Antonio Machado, who said, "Wanderer, there is no path. The path is made by walking. Walking in the path and looking back, you see the path that will never be walked again." I finish by thanking the President, the Swiss National Council, and the Swiss Federation for the warm welcome and for hosting our summit. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam Speaker. And now I can ask Madam Verona Murphy, the Chairwoman of the House of Representatives of Ireland, to take the floor, please.
Thank you. Dear President of the Summit, President of the IPU, fellow speakers and Presidents of Parliament, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to address this summit of distinguished women speakers of Parliament. The proliferation of armed conflicts around the world and the terrible toll it takes on women and girls serves as a stark reminder of the importance of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. It's a simple and clear fact that women should be involved in making the policies that shape their lives and livelihoods. Decision-making processes, including peace processes, must be representative of the societies they affect. In Ireland, we have witnessed at first hand the transformative impact women have had on the Northern Ireland peace process, both in negotiating the political settlement and continuing the essential work of peace building today. Research has shown that peace agreements that are brokered with the active participation of women tend to be better in terms of substance and are also more enduring. The WPS agenda helps us to understand the differential impact of conflicts and crisis on women and girls. We need only to look at what is happening in Gaza, Ukraine and Sudan to understand its adverse effects on the health, education, livelihoods, food security and the nutrition of women and girls, as well as the alarming increase of conflict-related gender-based violence. Yet 25 years on, the gap between the ambition of the WPS agenda and the lived reality of women and girls in conflict zones remains stark. In 2023 alone, the proportion of women killed in armed conflict doubled compared to the previous year. Verified cases of conflict-related sexual violence rose by 50%. From Sudan to Gaza, Ukraine to Afghanistan, we are witnessing horrifying violence and systemic exclusion of women and girls. Meanwhile, women remain largely absent from peace processes. Ireland has been a long-standing champion of the WPS agenda, including at the UN, where it has a key priority of our membership of the Security Council from 2021 to 22. In July 2025, Ireland approved its fourth National Action Plan on WPS. The plan integrates both domestic and international priorities, from addressing gender-based violence and human trafficking in Ireland to supporting women peace builders abroad. This year, Ireland provided €400,000 to the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund. Through our partnerships and the International Rescue Committee, we are committing €10.5 million over the next 3 years to empower women in conflict-affected contexts, including Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Sudan, Somalia, and South Sudan. As we mark 25 years of the WPS agenda and 30 years since the Beijing Declaration, this is not the time for complacency. The UN and the international community must bring their weight to bear to deliver the project that needs and the needs of women in conflict and support them to play a leadership role in resolving conflict. Women's full, equal and meaningful participation at all decision-making levels must no longer be an aspiration goal, it must become a reality. And as Ireland's first elected female speaker, I am committed to actioning the cause. Goramila Maigat.
Thank you for your warm remarks, Madam Chairwoman. And now let me turn to Mrs. Sahiba Gafarova, Chairwoman of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan. You have the floor, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, President Tuksan, President Riniker, and honorable speakers of parliament, distinguished colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today and address such an esteemed audience. Being a valuable platform in itself, this year's Summit of Women Speakers of Parliaments coincides with other milestones which even further increase the importance of our 15th summit. Distinguished colleagues, the world, which has been striving for cooperation and stability for decades, is facing a wave of new and ongoing conflicts, wars, and humanitarian crises. In these circumstances, women are particularly vulnerable, suffering from violence, displacement, loss of livelihoods, loss of access to education, health care, and protection. Moreover, conflicts increase existing gender inequalities, setting back achievements in the field of women's rights by years. Women lose not only physical security, but also the opportunity to realize their potential as full participants in public and political life. Women in my country know this harsh reality quite well. Occupation of 20% of Azerbaijan's territories in the early 19th by neighboring Armenia resulted not only in total destruction of these territories, but also in ethnic cleansing, forced displacement of the population, and humanitarian crisis. About 1 million of our compatriots became refugees and IDPs. 52% of them were women and girls. These women lost their homes, families, and security. Dear participants, Azerbaijan being a country which gave women the right to vote in 1918 ahead of most European countries, today is fully committed to ensuring the rights of women and their active participation in all spheres of public life. IDP and refugee women are no exclusion. After restoring its territorial integrity in 2020, our country has been engaged in restoration of liberated territories and return of former IDPs to their homes. Today, more than 50,000 people live, work, and study in these territories, and women play an active role in establishment of social and economic infrastructure, in functioning of educational and medical institutions, and implementation of initiatives for sustainable development and cultural revival. In addition, the draft of the National Action Plan on ensuring gender equality, which is under consideration, includes issues such as ensuring employment for women returning to the liberated territories, increasing their digital skills, conducting research to identify their needs and others. And I'd like to mention another point. 1.5 million landmines planted by Armenia in Karabakh and East Zangezur still remain the main obstacle to the works being done. And our women also participate in clearance of territories from mines, the actions that demands involvement of huge human and financial resources. Honorable colleagues, despite all difficulties, one thing remains obvious. Without participation of women, it is impossible to build a sustainable world. The involvement of women helps reduce the risk of renewed violence and lays a solid foundation for long-term development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your insights, Madam Chairwoman. Now we hear from Mrs. Marketa Pekarová Adamová, President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech. Yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Esteemed women speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues, it's my honor to address this distinguished gathering as we mark the 25th anniversary of the United Nations Security Council resolution on women, peace and security. This milestone is both a reflection and a call for a renewed focus on ensuring women's full and equal participation in peace and security efforts, as well as addressing challenges in the implementation of this agenda. The world is facing a worrying erosion of democratic values and liberal world order based on multilateral cooperation. Raging conflicts and crises disproportionately affect women and girls. Russia's war against Ukraine has had a significant impact on the rights of Ukrainian women, children, and marginalized communities. The conflict has triggered a humanitarian crisis, resulting in millions of people being displaced and in need of assistance, especially women and children. The war has also worsened existing inequalities and vulnerabilities, leading to an increased risk of gender-based violence, economic hardship, and mental health problems. Among the most painful consequences of the war are those affecting the youngest. Over 19,500 cases have been reported of Ukrainian children unlawfully and forcibly transferred, deported by Russian forces. As women speakers of parliaments, we bear a moral responsibility to speak out and act. Czechia will continue to support Ukraine, including addressing the urgent needs of these vulnerable groups. Czechia has been a supporter of the women, peace and security concept since the adoption of the resolution in 2000. Our first national action plan was developed in 2016, followed by a second in 2020. Our third national action plan for the period 2026 to 2030 is expected to be approved later this year. This new plan aims to reflect the changing global context. It will integrate a gender perspective into new areas such as cybersecurity and climate-related security risks. It will also focus more closely on integrating gender dimension into our approach to conflict and post-conflict settings, as well as refugee assistance. Civil society remains a vital partner in fulfilling our commitments. We recognize the value of regional cooperation and the essential role of parliaments and parliamentary engagement for strengthening political support for the agenda's implementation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam President. I'm pleased now to invite Mrs. Margarita Adamugi Dalapa, the Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Senhora Presidente, Excelências.
Excellencies, 30 years have passed since the historic Beijing Conference for the sustainable development and the peace in our country. It has also been 15 years since the adoption of Resolution 1325, in which we strongly advocated the importance of women's participation in all peace and security processes. Despite these important achievements, discrimination, lack of representation and decision-making position, gender-based violence, including sexual violence and femicide, as well as the prevalence of unequal organizational culture, continue to condition the full involvement of women in peace-building and peacekeeping process. Therefore, in order to facilitate the implementation of this agenda in a complex geopolitical context, we hereby propose the following. First, increase financial support for women-led initiatives focused on peace and security. Second, ensure inclusion of robust language on women, peace and security agenda in the process of United Nations Security Council. Develop and implement national action plans on the women, peace and security agenda aligned. The results of the implementation of the Mozambican Action Plan in this regard are already being felt. In our country, women are duly represented in all sovereign bodies and in other sovereign bodies. In the current legislature of the Assembly, we have 39% of women parliamentarians. To conclude, we would like to reaffirm an unwavering commitment of the Parliament of Mozambique in continuing its efforts to ensure that the policies adopted by the government incorporate a gender perspective and that the promotion and empowerment of women remain at the top of the government's agenda. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Muito obrigado pelo seu discurso. Now,
the floor is yours, Madam Deputy Speaker, please.
Thank you for the floor, Excellency President. Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, allow me to express our gratitude for convening this important summit as we reflect on 25 years since the adoption of UN Security Council resolution on women, peace and security. When this landmark UN resolution was adopted in 2000, Rwanda was still recovering from the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, a national tragedy that claimed over 1 million lives in just 100 days. Women and girls carry the heaviest burden, but they have also led the transformation of Rwanda from post-genocide devastation to a model of inclusive governance. Today, Rwanda is globally recognized for its remarkable progress in advancing the women, peace and security agenda. Women now hold 63.7% of seats in the Chamber of Deputies, 53.8% in the Senate, and lead numerous top institutions, including the Supreme Court, Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Private Sector Federation, and the Office of Prosecutor General and the Central Bank. Women also are in charge of strategic national and international organizations and hold key positions in security operations and peacekeeping missions. Excellencies, honorable speakers, our national security organs reflect this commitment. Women make up 22.9% of the police, with 25.7% of female officers serving the peacekeeping deployments with notable leadership positions. Rwanda female peacekeepers are widely recognized for their exemplary roles in civilian protection and community engagement, aligning with the inclusive principles of the WPS agenda. Rwanda was also among the first countries to develop a national action plan on UN Security Council resolution since 2009, and now in its third generation up to 2028, and aligned with the Rwanda's Vision 2050. However, challenges remain: negative social norms and stereotypes, underrepresentation of women in certain sectors, underreporting and stigma surrounding gender-based violence, and the persistence of negative masculinity continue to slow progress. The way forward demands sustained political will, inclusive leadership, and a strategic alliance between men and women in leadership. We must strengthen coordination, enhance the level of awareness required to dismantle stereotypes, expand economic opportunity for women, and promote greater men engagement of men as allies in driving change.
As President Paul Kagame recently stated, women are central to our country's progress. Their participation in leadership, business, and peace building has transformed our society. End of quote. Let us build on this momentum to make peace and equality not just a commitment, but a reality for all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker. And now next we turn to Mrs. Nelly Butiti Kashumba Muti. She's the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. The floor is yours, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address you today on an issue that lies at the heart of inclusive development and lasting peace, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, 25 years after the historic adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Madam President, allow me to highlight some of the key challenges we still face today, with Zambia as a case in point. Firstly, women's participation in peace and security processes remain limited. While Zambia is peaceful, we are not immune to tensions, particularly those surrounding elections, land disputes, and gender-based violence. In these scenarios, women are often sidelined from formal conflict prevention and resolution platforms. Security institutions remain male-dominated, and women's voices are still underrepresented. While Zambia launched its first National Action Plan on WPS in 2020, implementation has been uneven. Funding, coordination, and monitoring are some of the major challenges in translating this good policy into tangible change. Madam President, be that as it may, Zambia has taken important steps aimed at strengthening legal frameworks, promoting women's leadership, supporting the National Action Plan, and enhancing parliamentary oversight. For example, the Constitution and the Gender Equity and Equality Act provides for inclusive representation in public institutions. The Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act provides for protection of survivors of GBV. Parliamentary committees such as Committee on Gender Matters, Legal Affairs and National Security are playing an important role in oversight and accountability for WPS issues. Madam President, in conclusion, Parliament holds a critical responsibility in advancing the women's peace and security agenda through laws, budgets, and inclusive policy frameworks. We must move from intent to impact. As we mark 25 years of Resolution 1325, let us not only commemorate, but ensure that women are not at the margins of peace and security, but firmly at its core. I thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam Speaker. And now we will hear from Mrs. Tu Oroun Svenje Bejar Nardotir, the Speaker of the Althing of Iceland. Please, Mrs. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's a privilege to join you today to mark the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 1325, a landmark resolution that remains as urgent today as it was in the year 2000, for the progress has been partial, fragile, and too often symbolic. Conflicts across the globe still bear the unmistakable mark of gendered violence, from the weaponization of sexual violence to the systematic exclusion of women from peace negotiations. And while women are often the first to respond to crises in their communities, they are still among the last to be heard at the decision-making table. Therefore, we must ensure that women are not only present but empowered actors with access to information, leadership roles, and resources. Let me highlight 3 areas for the way forward. Accountability. We must hold governments and institutions to their commitments under the WPS agenda. Declarations are not enough. Implementation must be measured, funded, and enforced. protection and participation, women and girls in conflict zones must both be protected from harm and supported as agents of peace, not victims of war. Solidarity and partnership. We must amplify the voices of women peace builders in all regions and support grassroots efforts that make peace real on the ground. Colleagues, the power we hold is not on loan from men. It is ours, gained through the processes of democracy, and it is in our hands to use it for good. Once in power, it is our job to seek new paths towards peace and security for all, and not to stay silent, whether faced with the illegal invasion of Ukraine or the genocidal war in Gaza. Women, peace and security agenda is not an add-on. It is a litmus test for our global commitment to justice and peace. Iceland remains committed to this agenda. It's not an aspiration, but a political imperative. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights, Madam Speaker. I now call on Mrs. Valentina Matvienko, Speaker of the Council of the Federation of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, Tule Exen, Madam Chairpersons of Parliament, colleagues, friends, as we face global challenges, the agenda for this Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament is very much relevant. It is packed with urgent matters. Thank you so much to the President of the IPU for facilitating this constructive dialogue. We usually refer to the time period when the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1325 on the status of women in international conflicts as a post-war era, but today we tend to describe our world as living in a pre-war era. But those who say it, they disregard the will and the voice of the people, and our voice, the voice of the half of the human civilization. People say that war does not have a female face. This means that women must symbolize peace. Some politicians have been speculating about surviving a nuclear apocalypse instead of focusing on averting it, preventing a worst-case scenario. According to Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council, most of the victims in armed conflicts are women and children, and the number of these conflicts has doubled over the past 10 years. It is high time that we speak out in favor of peace for us and for our children. This resolution, 1325, provides for the effective participation and contribution of women to preventing, managing, and overcoming conflicts. Has this promise materialized? No. I suggest that we include this provision, this call, in the outcome document of this summit by requesting dialogue instead of an arms race, cooperation, not sanctions, indivisible security instead of expanding military alliances, respecting the development path every nation chooses for itself instead of lecturing others or invading others. We need to help humankind to find a path toward peace, and Russian women are ready to move in this direction. In conclusion, I wanted to raise another point. I always call for honesty and for telling each other the truth, and to use facts and to rely on facts instead of just copying anti-Russian narratives and spreading them as part of the information warfare that was unleashed against Russia. And the truth about the Ukraine conflict is that it started in 2014 after the bloody unconstitutional anti-governmental coup and with the participation of several countries, and it is after that that Nazis came to power, they banned the Russian language and they canceled the Russian language in Russian and made other actions. And for 8 years, since 2014, Russia has been talking and raising this point at all international venues, calling for peace, for settling this conflict by peaceful means as part of the Minsk agreements. But instead of that, for 8 long years, the Kiev regime kept shelling peaceful neighborhoods in Donbas and Novorossiya, killing the elderly, women and children. There were 14,000 people killed over this period. Come to Donbas and discover the Alley of the Angels that perpetuates the memory of these children who were killed over these 8 years. Russia had to intervene to stop this bloodshed and to stop the killing of civilians. Yesterday, Donbas had a commemoration day for all the children who died there.
Yes. Add some more sentences.
Thank you very much.
And I always call face to face to share the truth and to rely on facts instead of far-fetched allegations.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam Speaker. And next we go to Mrs. Sahara Kaugonguelva Amadira. She's the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia. The floor is yours, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is both a privilege and a solemn responsibility to address you today as we mark 25 years since the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. This landmark resolution was a recognition long overdue of women's agency in conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict recovery. It reaffirmed what women have always known, that sustainable peace is impossible without gender equality and inclusion. For Namibia, the anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 holds deep national significance. We were privileged to preside over the UN Security Council in October of 2000 when the resolution was unanimously adopted. Namibia has since maintained a prominent role in advancing the Women, Peace and Security framework. We believe that multilateral collaboration and accountability are vital for peace and justice. Our progress in driving this agenda at home has been tangible. Namibia ranks first in Africa and 8th globally in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report. Our cabinet reflects gender parity, and we have passed laws such as the Combating of Domestic Violence Act to address gender-based violence while integrating gender into peacekeeping training and security sector reforms. In 2020, we launched the International Women's Peace Center, an institutional response to deepen women's influence in peace processes. This year, we proudly inaugurated our first female president, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah. We have also adopted our first national action plan to address not only violence and conflict, but also emerging risks such as cyber threats, climate insecurity, and displacement, risks which disproportionately affect women and girls. We are guided by the lessons for the need for local ownership, for data that is disaggregated by sex and age, for dedicated funding to transform aspirations into actions, and for the full dismantling of structural barriers that limit women's leadership, especially in uniformed services. Parliaments have an indispensable role as guardians of democratic accountability to champion gender-responsive budgeting, demand transparent reporting on National Action Plan implementation, and enact laws that shield women from violence, whether in their homes, in their communities, or in digital and conflict zones. Let us all be deliberate about bringing young people into this agenda. The intersection of the youth, peace and security agenda with women, peace and security must be harnessed because peace must be both generational and sustainable. The Women, Peace and Security agenda's convening power lies in its universality. It's not a women's agenda, it is a peace agenda. We hold firm to the belief that peace must not only be negotiated at conference tables, but felt in the lives of women in every village, border post, and urban settlement. Let us remain steadfast. Let us be bold, and let us ensure that the next 25 years move us closer to a world where peace is defined not merely by the absence of war, but by the presence of dignity, equality, and opportunity for all. I thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Madam Speaker. I now give the floor to Mrs. Natalia Kiselova, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Bulgaria. You have the floor, Madam Speaker.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in a world facing complex challenges and conflicts, the fully fledged participation of women in all spheres of public life is essential for building a just, sustainable, and lasting peace. Now more than ever, it is important to ensure that women are at the center of conflict prevention and de-escalation, as well as peace processes and post-conflict reconstruction efforts. 25 years after the adoption of Resolution 1325, women continue to be largely excluded from peace processes. The implementation of Women, Peace and Security agenda remains fragmented and inconsistent across regions and conflicts, preventing it from reaching its full potential. We believe that cooperation is at the heart of any successful strategy related to the Women, Peace and Security agenda. For this reason, exactly, Bulgaria actively engages with regional partners, multilateral organizations, and civil society organizations to promote a coordinated approach. Building partnership is essential to securing the necessary resources, expertise, and political support to ensure that our efforts to implement the Women, Peace and Security agenda not only continue, but are further strengthened. Bulgaria reaffirms its commitment to achieving progress on the Women, Peace and Security agenda, including through our National Action Plan. This is our roadmap for empowering women, girls, to take leadership positions, increasing their participation in peace building and protecting women and girls from all forms of violence. We believe that the exchange of knowledge and good practices, including in relation to achieving greater coherence between national action plans, would contribute to the effective implementation of the agenda at the global level. We believe it is extremely important to continue to encourage women and girls to pursue careers in fields that are traditionally more popular among men, such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, entrepreneurship, as well as security and diplomacy. This has been identified as one of Bulgaria's national priorities. As an active member of the UN Human Rights Council for the period 2024-2026. In the current complex geopolitical situation, diplomacy remains one of the most powerful tools for peace building and mediation. Bulgaria is proud to have had several women as presidents of the National Assembly. I am the fourth one, as well as ministers of foreign affairs. At least 50% of the staff in our diplomatic service are women, and 40% of them hold senior positions. These figures are a source of inspiration for all young women who dream one day to become leaders, peacemakers, and mediators. In conclusion, looking beyond the 25th anniversary of the adoption of Resolution 1325, Bulgaria believes that the right way forward is to continue building strong and lasting partnerships and to unite our efforts in pursuit of a common goal, a future in which the role of women is unconditionally recognized and where peace is both sustainable and inclusive. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your insights, Madam Speaker. We now go to Mrs. Natalia Kiselova. No, you did already. So we are at Mrs. Lachelle Aderli, the President. Ah, she spoke. Okay, so we are with Madame Mangonae Mokritimi, the President of the Senate of Lesotho.
No, this is
Lachelle Aderli. Excuse me, c'est moi. Okay, désolé. So you are Mrs. Lachelle Aderli, the President of the Senate of the Bahamas. We know each other. You have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, honorable speakers, and distinguished presidents. Indeed, it is a pleasure to address this esteemed and august body on Women, Peace and Security Resolution 1325, a quarter of a century since the adoption by the Security Council. This resolution symbolized the coming of a substantive era where women and by extension girls will reside in a more peaceful and secured world, inclusive of every region, city, state, town, or village. As a member of a small island developing state in the Caribbean, I reflect on the ongoing death and destruction in Haiti. Undoubtedly, this unacceptable level of armed conflict disrupts peace, security, and sustainable development. Similar to Ukraine, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Sudan conflicts, the devastation in Haiti disproportionately affects women and girls who are victims of sexual violence. In addition, the blood of their sons and daughters, the blood of their sons and brothers continue to flow like a river. Women are adversely impacted by housing, financial and food insecurity, along with physical and mental trauma, at the loss of a spouse and family, and children who pay the ultimate sacrifice. The instability in Haiti has a spillover effect in the Caribbean region, where Haitian citizens flee to nearby countries, thereby placing further demands on small economies like the Bahamas. Although a small nation, the Bahamas has been actively involved with multinational security support mission in Haiti. We call on other nations to assist with peacekeeping and ending the conflict in Haiti, because their women and girls, also wish to live in sustainable peace and security. Generally speaking, the Caribbean is not marked by interstate conflict, but we face other forms of insecurity, organized crime, gang violence, natural disasters, intensified by climate change, human and gun trafficking, migration pressures, and increasing fragile economies. It has been said that true peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. In order for women to feel peace and security in a real way, there is a clarion call for justice. Justice as it relates to climate, gender equality, heightened parliamentary representation, implementation of anti-discriminatory laws, elimination of gender pay gap, and gender-based violence. As presiding officers, we often task with setting the Parliament's legislative agenda. This agenda should include playing a crucial role in initiating and supporting legislation that promotes women being involved with peace building, peace resolutions, peace talk, and overall peacekeeping and post-conflict efforts. It is incumbent upon us as women presiding officers to recognize the critical importance of seizing this moment in time to prepare a better future for women and girls all over the world. Indeed, we must advocate and be the change that we want to see. Several Caribbean nations have taken steps towards adopting or exploring national action plans. These plans must move beyond strategy documents to be matched with dedicated funding, monitoring frameworks, and civil society involvement. In closing, together we can show the world that peace is stronger and more sustainable when shaped by women. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam President. And now I invite Mrs. Mamunaheng Mokitimi, President of the Senate of Lesotho. The floor is yours, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the floor. Honorable President of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Axen, the President of the National Council of Switzerland and President of the Summit, Honorable Speakers of Parliament, the Director General of the UN Office in Geneva, the Secretary General of IPU, distinguished guests. It is a great honor to address this esteemed gathering marking 25 years since the adoption of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda under UN Security Council Resolution 1325. This resolution marked a historic milestone in acknowledging the critical role women play in the prevention and resolution of conflicts. 25 years on, while notable progress has been made in policy frameworks and increased global awareness, implementation remains uneven and slow. Persisting challenges include the underrepresentation of women in peace negotiations, limited funding for gender-sensitive initiatives, and continued threats to the safety of women rights defenders. In conflict and post-conflict settings, women still face systemic exclusion from decision-making tables, despite bearing the heaviest burdens of war and displacement. The way forward demands political will, stronger accountability mechanisms, and inclusive financing models. We must institutionalize the inclusion of women at all levels of peace processes as a fundamental requirement for sustainable peace. Strengthening partnership with grassroots women organizations and ensuring gender-responsive policies are key to realizing the agenda. Through forums organized by the IPU and other regional networks, women parliamentarians often unite and share best practices aimed at confronting global challenges. Madam President, Lesotho has made strides through policy frameworks to include women in security and peace-building initiatives. The Lesotho National Gender and Development Policy 2018-2030 is one such initiative promoting inclusion of women in the fight against gender-based violence. However, to truly align with the spirit of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, more deliberate action is needed. This includes increasing the number of women in Lesotho Parliament, cabinet and security sectors, ensuring that transitional justice processes reflect women's voices and are adequately resourcing women's peace initiatives, especially in rural and hard-to-reach areas. As women leaders in Parliament, we must lead by example, championing inclusive laws, supporting the ratification and implementation of international instruments, and holding our governments accountable for the commitments made under the WPS framework. By doing so, we will not only strengthen peace and democracy in our nations, but contribute meaningfully to a more just and inclusive world. I thank you for listening.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam President. And now let's hear from Mrs. Mabel Chinomona, the President of the Senate of Zimbabwe. The floor is yours, Madam President.
Yes, thank you. Right Honorable Tulia Axon, President of the IPU, all protocols observed. Today we gather to mark a profound milestone, the 25th anniversary of the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Yet we do so against a backdrop of persistent challenges that hinder the full and meaningful inclusion of women in conflict resolution and peace management. This landmark resolution was founded on compelling evidence. When women participate in peace processes, the likelihood of a peace agreement lasting at least 2 years increases by 20% and a 15-year duration by 35%, according to Council on Foreign Relations 2022 statistics. Despite this progress remains painfully slow. In 2022, women accounted for only 16% of negotiators in UN-led or co-led peace processes, a decline from 23% in 2020. Emerging studies and lived experiences point to several critical barriers. One, restrictive deployment, selection, and criteria. Household responsibilities and structural constraints, limited accommodation, equipment, and logistical support. Entrenched gender stereotypes and patterns of social exclusion. Top-down leadership that fails to prioritize gender inclusion. While many African nations have crafted national action plans, NAPs, in alignment with UNSCR 1325, implementations remain fragmented. Key challenges include insufficient institutional support, persistent gender norms, widespread sexual and gender-based violence, and chronic underfunded. Madam President, to confront these challenges, Parliament has activated key oversight mechanisms. These include thematic and portfolio committees on peace and security, women's affairs, gender and development, and the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus. The recent launch of the UNSCR 1325 handbook offers legislators practical guidance for implementation and accountability. Furthermore, in response to gender-based violence, one of the greatest impediments to women's participation, Parliament closely monitors compliance with the GBV Strategic Plan 2023-2030 through its committees. As I conclude, let this engagement reignite our commitment to dismantling the barriers to women's full and effective participation in conflict resolution and peace building. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We now go to Mrs. Lindiwe Dlamini, President of the Senate of Eswatini. The floor is yours, Madam President.
Thank you very much. The President of IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon, President of National Council of Switzerland, and President of the Summit, Honorable Maja Rinikan, Secretary General of IPU, Mr. Martin Chungong, and Gender Champion, Honorable women speakers and presidents of parliaments, Director General of the UN office in Geneva, distinguished parliamentarians and delegates. It is with great humility and honor that I stand before you this extraordinary assembly of trailblazers united by purpose, guided by the transformative spirit of Resolution 1325. 25 years ago, the United Nations Security Council lit a path toward a new paradigm, one that recognized women not simply as victims of conflict, but as agents of peace, leaders in rebuilding, and architects of resilience. As Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Luxembourg, rightly said, women's bodies must never be used as battlefields. Resolution 1325 gave voice to what many of us already knew. Sustainable peace cannot be achieved without the full participation of women and girls. Today, we celebrate the progress made from policy reforms to national action plans and applaud the courage of women who have shaped peace processes in communities torn by violence. Yet this milestone also calls for deep introspection. For all our victories, the challenges persist. In many regions, the inclusion of women in peace negotiations remains tokenistic. The gendered impacts of conflict, displacement, sexual violence, economic exclusion continue to devastate lives and disproportionately affect women and girls. In Eswatini, we have witnessed firsthand the resilience of women in post-conflict and transitional spaces. They are community organizers, justice advocates, caretakers of reconciliation. As a woman leader in Parliament, I view my role not simply as representation, but as responsibility to champion legislation that protects, empowers, and elevates women, to hold institutions accountable for gender equity, and to build coalitions that place women at the heart of decision-making. Madam President, moving forward, we must demand more visibility. We must insist on influence. This means expanding the leadership pipeline for women in security and peace building, invest in mental health and economic recovery for survivors, and crafting policies rooted in intersectionality. It also means creating parliamentary mechanisms that mainstream the women, peace and security agenda across all sectors of governance. Let this conference not merely be a commemoration, but a recalibration, a renewal of our shared commitment to build inclusive, just, and peaceful societies, not in theory, but in practice. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam President. Next, I invite Mrs. Tansila Narbayeva, Chairwoman of the Senate of Uzbekistan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli rais, hurmatli parlament speakerlari, xonimlar va janoblar. Avvalambor biz speaker ayollarni tinchlik, xavfsizlik, barqaror rivojlanish global kun tartibi doirasida yana bir bor birlashtirayotgan ushbu muhim sammitni tashkil etgani uchun parlamentlararo ittifoqqa hamda Shveysariya parlamentiga samimiy minnatdorchilik bildirishga ijozat bergaysiz. Xotin-qizlar tinchlik, xavfsizlik xalqaro kun tartibiga asos solgan BMT Xavfsizlik kengashining 1325 sonli rezolyutsiyasi qabul qilinganiga 25 yil to'ldi. Yes. Maybe on Russia.
Uzbekistan. First of all, allow me to express sincere gratitude to the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Parliament of Switzerland for organizing this significant summit, which once again unites us women speakers around the global agenda for peace, security, and sustainable development. 25 years have passed since the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution number 1325, which laid the foundation for the international agenda, women, peace and security. Uzbekistan, in implementing this resolution, reflected all its fundamental norms and provisions in the adopted and implemented in the country the Strategy Uzbekistan 2030 and the Strategy for Achieving Gender Equality until 2030. On the basis of these documents, active work is being carried out to improve the country's legislation in accordance with international standards. The role of women at all decision-making level is now increasing. Over the past 8 years, the share of women in management has increased from 20 to 35% and in parliament from 16 to 38%. In addition, we pay special attention to the issues of education, training and employment of women. According to the updated constitution, Uzbekistan is a social state based on this country's purposefully implementing a comprehensive program to reduce poverty from poverty to prosperity. Over the past 8 years, more than 7 million people have been emerged from poverty. The poverty rate in the country has decreased from 3.5 to 8.9. Dear colleagues, I would like to especially note that this fruitful cooperation of Uzbekistan with international organizations, in particular with the IPU, our country is becoming a platform for organizing international events and promoting gender initiatives. Together with the UN and the IPU, the 14th Summit of Women Leaders and the Asian Women Forum were held. This year, the 150th anniversary assembly of the IPU was held in Tashkent, within the framework of which a special segment of gender equality issues was organized. A new campaign was launched. Dear participants of the summit, I would like to make a number of proposals aimed to further strengthening solidarity and efficiency in the implementation of the agenda Women, Peace and Security. First of all, there should be a regular exchange of experience and knowledge between national parliaments on ensuring gender equality, enhancing the role of women in the social political life of the countries. I propose to intensify the promotion of best national practices aimed at increasing women's participation in the decision-making process. In addition, we need to organize joint inter-parliamentary events, including dialogue platforms for women leaders using the potential role of the UN, the IPU, and the civil society. In addition, Uzbekistan put forward an initiative to adopt this within the framework of the UN General Assembly, the resolution on the expansion of socioeconomic, cultural, and humanitarian activities of Asian women. We hope for your support. I'm sure that solidarity and political will help us and concrete actions will take place. Thank you for your attention.
And now I can ask Mrs. Angola Didita. Angela,
thank you very much.
You're the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa. The floor is yours, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, President Julia, our host speaker, Madam Rinike, fellow women speakers, President, Deputy Speakers, and President of the Councils of Senate who are here present, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Women across diverse origins continue to bear the disproportionate burden of safety and security vulnerability. Their social, political, and economic security remains persistently under threat. The 2024 report of the Secretary General on Women and Peace and Security reveals a harsh reality of women's continued exposure to armed conflict and other forms of security risks. Women's meaningful participation as mediators, negotiators, and signatories of peace accords is undermined across multiple countries, despite repeated calls for change. Those who do participate face increasing security concerns. They endure various forms of harassment and intimidation designed to silence them. The financing gap for women's meaningful participation represents a fundamental barrier to progress. Gender-responsive peace processes remain severely unfunded. Implementation of gender-related provisions in peace agreements lack adequate resources. This financial neglect perpetuates exclusion and undermines long-lasting peace efforts. Honorable members, we must also appreciate improvements suggested by the research on gender balance among peacekeepers, which has strengthened peace operation mandates. It has enhanced commitments made under the 2018 United Nations Action for Peacekeeping initiatives. Evidence indicates that women peacekeepers bring engendered perspectives and capabilities to frontline operations. While we show gratitude, much more remains to be achieved. Honorable members, South Africa has been a steadfast supporter of the Women, Peace and Security agenda since the dawn of democracy. Our commitment is rooted in our liberation history and constitutional values and is reflected in our constitution, laws, and actions we take. Our laws provide for strong protection for women's rights, emphasizing equality and prohibiting unfair discrimination based on gender. Specific legislation like the Domestic Violence Act and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, which was passed in 2004, aim to protect women from violence and discrimination in various aspects of life. Institutions like Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities, as well as the Commission for Gender Equality, play a vital role in promoting gender equality and addressing gender-based violence. Honorable members, the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security of 2025 provided a pathway of promoting women's meaningful participation in peace, conflict prevention, and post-conflict recovery process. It focused on participation, prevention, protection, and relief and recovery. In May 2025, government, civil society, and international partners convened in Johannesburg, South Africa, to begin shaping the next generation of national plan of action, ensuring it reflects evolving peace and security dynamics. Through our Department of International Relations and Cooperation, South Africa continues to provide training and capacity building for women and youth. It enables active women's engagement in peace efforts across the African continent and within local communities, thus ensuring involvement of women as peacemakers at all levels. Honourable members, I also want to indicate that peacemaking is important and equally necessary, but at the same time, solidarity is another element that we believe is important if we have to grow a peaceful globe. It is for this reason that South Africa has participated and has been leading in the case in the International Court of Justice, where we feel strongly that issues of genocide in Gaza particularly should be dealt with, and collaboration between countries must actually take place to ensure that we nudge each other to find peaceful solution.
Thank you, Madam President, for your contribution.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, also your time is over. And I'd like to hand over the floor to Mrs. Carolina Cerguera. She's the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola. Mrs. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente da sessão, Senhora Presidente da UIP.
We're living in a conflict zone. The AI, although it's a potential weapon, disinformation, inequalities, these are used without responsibility, without ethics. Women and girls face risks in this context, but also they are also agents of change. If we say that the leadership of women, strong leadership of women in the parliament and in the decision-making places are very important. We need women who answer to these threats, inclusions of the future, because peace and security will only be long-lasting if include women, the voice of women. The Parliament of Angola has been showing its commitment for the promotion of peace, security, in particular the food security. In the internal domestic plan, we have providing training and information with the high-level debate with the civil society organization in covering topics on gender equality or MPs, for the promotion of culture of peace and reconciliation. Our commitment with peace surpasses other borders. Angola is committed to peace and security in the Great Lakes in Africa, and placing Angola and Angola as leader of the members of the Great Lakes region. Angola is champions of promotion of peace that are and against the violation and kidnappings. We know that, I'm sure that together, if we raise our voices and action, we will have a critical role as peace promoters at the world level.
Castro, the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians of the IPU and Senator from Mexico, to share the perspective of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians of the IPU on the topic of this session. The floor is yours. Please, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I feel very proud to be here in the summit of women speakers of all around the world. The last conference was 5 years ago, and it was less than 20. Today is 58 women speakers all around the world, and are you that did it? So I want to congratulate all of you, because it's not easy because every woman that has been here talking has a very difficult time. It's quite difficult to be a speaker. It's quite difficult sometimes to be the first one. Like, I want to congratulate Ireland, that is the first women speaker in 200 years. Azerbaijan, Zambia, Malawi, and Eswatini, and other countries, that is the first time that you have a women speaker in your parliament. Out of 278 parliaments all around the world, there are only 58 women speakers. So it's only the 23% of all the parliaments around the world. So you have to feel very proud, because it's not easy. It's a big effort. It's a big challenge. It's a big career. And also you have to sacrifice a lot. You have to sacrifice sometimes personal life, your family, your child, and a lot of things to be a speaker. So I want to congratulate you. I want to recognize all the women speakers, and I also want to recognize that we are advancing to gender equality. Nowadays, we have 27.2% of representation of women in parliaments. In the last election of 2024, there were 72 chambers that have election. So now we have 27% of women's parliamentarians. Imagine that in 1995, we were only 10%. So we are going on. It's a slow process, but we need to keep going. Also, I want to say that out of the president and prime minister all around the world, it is only 11% that are president of prime ministers that are women. I feel very proud that Mexico has its first women president, Claudia Sheinbaum, our first women president in 200 years, and we feel very proud about that. So I just want to ensure that we keep fighting, that we break the glass ceiling and keep fighting for the new generations that are behind us. I want to say that is not easy, because now we have a lot of cases in the world that women are in high-level positions and they resign. Please, keep going, keep fighting, and in all around the world, it's time for women. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your very, very important contribution. And now I'm pleased to call Mrs. Hamda Al-Sulaiti. She's the member of the IPU Executive Committee and Deputy Speaker of the Shura Council of Qatar. The floor is yours.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. صاحبات المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكريم.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The peace of God be on you. For the last 25 years ago, the Security Council adopted Resolution 1325. This was to announce a new era, recognizing the role of women in peace and security. After 1 century, we find ourselves faced with a choice. This is a real challenge to see progress in the implementation of these commitments. Of course, we have taken note and seen a great deal of progress in terms of equality, and this is an international and regional level. This, however, is not enough in view of the challenges that women face and girls face around the world. And new challenges have emerged, making the reality even more difficult. The tragedy of Gaza is one of these great challenges. The women of Gaza are not just having to suffer the destruction and bombing from Israel, but also see the collapse of services for their families, and with the silence of international bodies. This creates a gap between the text of the United Nations and the action that we are seeing. I thank God my country, Qatar, is extending great effort and working with national and international partners to bring an end to these crimes. And the massacres and starvation that our brothers and sisters suffer in the occupied territories. Ladies and gentlemen, the major challenges ahead of us is the one we have seen for many years, and that is the challenge to continue our efforts despite increasing difficulties in fighting for peace. Women suffer great acts of violence in conflict zones, as well as forced displacement. As women parliamentarians, we must move from words to action and to real commitment to implement plans in favour of women, women refugees, to defend human rights and defend girls in public sectors. And we recommend the adoption of mechanisms in order to take action against violence against women, support policies that seeks to establish peace, and to build partnerships across and among parliaments and UN organizations in order to implement Resolution 1325. We recall that this resolution is not a mere document, but a commitment to protect women, and we must meet that commitment in order to make the world a fairer place. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Let me now turn to the President of invited parliamentary assemblies who have requested the floor for their contributions. And we're going to start with Mrs. Barley. She's the Vice President of the European Parliament. The floor is yours, Ms. Barley.
Thank you very much, dear President Rinica, dear President Axon, distinguished speakers and guests. Thank you very much to the IPU and to our Swiss hosts for organizing this meaningful conference. And thank you for Cynthia Lopez Castro for her very encouraging words. I think it does good to all of us to hear these words from time to time. The European Parliament, actually, the first European Parliament that was elected directly by the people, saw already a female president. It was Simone Veil, who was a survivor of the Holocaust and who stood as a symbol for Europe growing together in peace. And I have the pleasure now, today, to speak to you on behalf of President Roberta Metsola. So, again, a woman presiding the European Parliament. 25 years after the adoption of the UN Resolution 1325, we have seen considerable progress in enhancing women's involvement in security policy, but we certainly need much more to be done. The European Union has committed itself to the full implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, stressing in particular the need to systematically integrate a gender perspective into all the European Union's external actions. And the European Parliament has long stressed the importance of strengthening women's participation in conflict prevention, peace building and peacekeeping, and the essential role of gender equality and women's rights in the fundamental aspects of security and defense measures. Peace negotiations involving women have a better chance of being sustainable and effective. Gender-equal societies enjoy better health, stronger economic growth, and higher security. But, dear colleagues, we all know that we need to do more to see the ambition of our commitments for the Women, Peace and Security agenda implemented. We, as parliamentarians, are uniquely positioned to promote peace and pluralism in our role as elected representatives of the people. We have the duty to ensure that all people, especially women and girls, can live their lives safely, securely and peacefully, and have equal opportunity to build peaceful and secure societies, be it in Gaza, be it in Ukraine, be it in South Sudan, or anywhere else in this world. Parliamentarians, through their lawmaking, budgetary and oversight functions, can ensure that the government and the institutions promote peace, security, and gender equality. To conclude, parliaments and parliamentary diplomacy have an instrumental role to play in building consensus and ensuring international peace and security, promoting and protecting democracy and the universality of human rights worldwide. Deepening Parliament's role and partnerships in implementing this agenda would represent an ambitious and action-oriented outcome of this summit especially ahead of its 25th anniversary, and you can definitely count on the European Parliament in this endeavour. Thank you all for your persistent work and for your attention.
Thank you for your insights, Madam Vice President. Now let's turn to Mrs. Teniat. She's the President of the Women Parliamentary Forum of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. The floor is yours.
Madam President. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة السيدات والسادة.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the peace of God be on you. It's a real pleasure for me today to be with you and to be with these women speakers and presidents of parliament who play such an important role. My message is clear. Given the persistent challenges which block the empowerment of women, we must strengthen our role to increase gender equality, and the Forum of Women Parliamentarians within the Mediterranean Assembly is a key forum, and we base ourselves on the role of women in order to achieve certain objectives such as strengthening democracy through the implementation of women's rights, which are fundamental human rights. We also coordinate across parliamentarians for important and shared areas in order to push forward gender equality in all political areas. We must also encourage the participation of women parliamentarians at all levels of responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE plays a pioneering role in women's empowerment by putting forward legislation to ensure the participation of women in various areas and the greater independence for women to occupy important roles and play a key role in national and regional plans. It is my pleasure to invite you to the second edition of our forum, which will take place on 26th-28th January next year. The National Council of the UAE will be hosting the forum in Abu Dhabi, which will be dealing with strengthening women's empowerment politically and socially, women's access to healthcare and environmental justice, strengthening the role of women in fighting against terrorism and sexual violence linked to terrorism. We reiterate our commitment to seeing women's empowerment to strengthen their role in cooperation for a more equitable future, to ensure that all women are heard and enjoy their rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Madam President. And now I call on Mrs. Ibrahima. She's the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President. IPU President, my dear sisters, President of the Swiss National Council, distinguished colleagues, honourable speakers, our presence here on the cusp of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and the 25th anniversary of Resolution 1325 is a clear statement of our audacity and commitment to resilient societies. Women in peace and security around the world is not an option, but rather an urgent need, a key lever for sustainable peace. Leadership in global stability is essential in light of the current crisis context. At every ordinary section, we have the opportunity to follow and hear the gender policies around the world and within ECOWAS. And as women parliamentarians, we have a unique responsibility to strengthen our visibility and presence within peace building, to put forward encouraging and inclusive policies, and to act against emergent challenges which are disproportionately targeted towards women, our role is essential and our commitment must be to build architects of peace in our women. We need to transform our resolutions into action and our promises into commitments. We therefore call on national and international instances led by women to systematically integrate gender into security policies and support young women parliamentarians for them to carry that heritage on. Let each of us contribute to writing the history of stability globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Esteemed colleagues, I thank all the speakers and presents who have contributed to this first debate of the day. We have gained valuable insights from all the colleagues who shared their contributions, views and experiences in the first session on the ongoing challenges and progress in advancing the women, peace and security agenda. Your reflections on leadership, the gendered impacts of conflict, and the pathways of sustainable peace have been truly inspiring as we work together to build a more inclusive and secure future. Thank you all for such an enriching first session of the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. Thank you so much. I am now pleased to invite the following persons, and only them, to kindly follow the protocol officers. So please listen carefully. I invite all women speakers, deputy speakers and presidents of parliament and invited parliamentary assemblies. Only themselves, not anyone else from their delegation, please. No staff and no accompanying person. I invite also the IPU leadership, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Mrs. Lopez Castro, Mrs. Al-Sulaiti and Mrs. Mikhailova. And I invite also our special guests, Mrs. Valovaya and Mrs. Kaltorp. I invite all other delegates to stay in the room for a couple of minutes, please. Thank you so much. There we go for the picture. Esteemed colleagues, dear participants, we continue. Esteemed colleagues, dear participants, I hope you had a good lunch. I'm pleased to welcome you back and to announce that we will now start the second session of the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. In this session, we will explore some key developments that are impacting the landscape of peace, security and safety, in particular climate change, artificial intelligence, and online gender-based and racial violence. I would like us, as women speakers and presidents, to uncover the different ways in which these issues are impacting women and girls and reflect together on how our parliaments can respond actively. I look forward to hearing your voices. I'm looking forward to hearing your experiences, as well as some tested solutions and good practice that you may have advanced in your respective contexts. Let us also discuss how we can work together to ensure more inclusive and more gender-responsive approaches to climate action and to the digital transformation. To open the session, I am pleased to invite Mrs. Sophia Kaltorop, Director of the UN Women Geneva Office and Chief of Humanitarian Action, to share with us UN Women's insights on inclusive and responsive climate action, artificial intelligence, and online safety. Mrs. Kaltorop, you have the floor.
Now it's running. Yes. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. President of the National Council of Switzerland, Mrs. Rineker, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Dr. Axon, and esteemed Secretary General of IPU, Mr. Shungong, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, and members of Parliament, distinguished guests, a very good afternoon. And it's a great pleasure and honor for me, as Director of UN Women, to address this gathering today and talk about some of what we at UN Women see as emerging challenges to inclusive and lasting peace and the way forward. And I, of course, look very much forward to the debate and to hear your insights and views on this crucial topic. As we have heard earlier today, this year marks 25 years since the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution number 1325, which is a milestone in recognizing women's central role in peace and security. And yet, despite clear evidence and unwavering advocacy, the full promise of this agenda remains unfulfilled. Political will has fallen short and progress is under threat. Today, we face a very disturbing trend. Resources are shifting away from peace, equality and development towards military spending. And in March this year, we as UN Women surveyed women-led organizations in crisis settings and found out that 90% of them reported financial strain, and nearly half may shut down by September this year. Women-led organizations and women's rights organizations are not just responders, they are peace builders. And that is why this trend is so worrisome, because when women's organizations are losing financial support, entire communities lose a vital line of defense against conflict and instability. Women's full and effective participation in peace processes, it is not optional, it is essential to inclusive and lasting peace and security. Funding cuts to education, to healthcare and violence recovery services for women and girls in conflict settings are reversing hard-won gains. And the cost of this is clear. There is more warfare, mass displacement, and more extremism. We together must make sure that we reverse this trend. And here you, as speakers, as parliamentarians, have a critical role to play in addressing this challenge. By including resourcing, protecting and scaling up the leadership of young women and peace builders, championing gender and youth responsive actions, ensuring accessible funding and creating safe platforms for the sustained participation in decision-making at all levels, we can all make a difference together. The global landscape of peace and security, it is also being reshaped by climate change. Research shows that out of 15 countries with some of the highest vulnerabilities to climate change, 13 are also grappling with violent conflict. So while climate change does not ignite conflict, it is intensifying existing vulnerabilities, escalating competition over land, water and food, and fueling displacement, instability and violence. And as we see in all conflict settings, when this happens, women and girls are disproportionately affected. For example, data from the UN Spotlight Initiative shows that femicide increases during heat waves, and 1 in 10 cases of intimate partner violence may soon be climate-linked. Yet, most peace-building and climate action and research remains gender-blind. So also in this field, there is a lot that remains to be done for us together. Another emerging factor in peace and security is the rise of digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, which is reshaping the global landscape of peace and security, bringing both promise and peril. While AI can support peacekeeping, humanitarian action and conflict prevention, it also enables disinformation, cyber attacks, autonomous weapons, and targeted gender-based violence. UN Women's research shows that AI systems often reinforce gender and racial biases, harming women and marginalized groups. From deepfake abuse and online hate speech to algorithm-driven radicalization. AI is intensifying violence against women and exacerbating insecurity. Women in public life, including journalists, activists, politicians, and parliamentarians like you, face heightened risks. And in addition, technology-facilitated violence against women and girls, such as harassment, threats, deepfake abuse, and misinformation, is on the rise. Technology-facilitated violence against women and girls, it is not something new, but it has surged in recent years, and the COVID-19 pandemic brought increased attention to this. Certain groups of women experience disproportionate risks, including women of color, LGBTI individuals, and young women. New forms of violence mirror offline abuse, but it is escalated through AI and online misogyny. Radicalized online spaces are fueling both digital and real-world violence, including femicide. And when those technology systems mirror existing inequalities, including gender inequalities, they do reinforce discrimination, especially against women, girls, and marginalized racial and ethnic groups, both online and offline. Historical underrepresentation and stereotyping of women and minorities in datasets mean AI often perpetuates exclusion and violence. A lack of sex disaggregated data and gender-sensitive algorithm design further compounds those risks. And while AI has the potential to democratize access to justice, current risk assessment tools can instead result in unfair policing, biased outcomes, and even public harm. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of all this, policy making has not kept pace, and we all need to step up our efforts. While steps have been taken, including landmark resolutions such as those on technology-facilitated gender-facilitated violence against women and girls, AI in the military domain, and AI for sustainable development, we must together push for greater tech sector accountability, quality data, inclusive prevention, and stronger legislation. I'm very proud to say that UN Women is leading global efforts to address technology-facilitated violence against women and girls, including a new legal guidance to ensure digital spaces empower, not endanger, women and girls. We must urgently embed gender analysis into AI governance, and without inclusive and right-based safeguards, its misuse threatens not only gender equality, but peace itself. So, of course, those legal guidances that we are developing can only become reality in partnership with you. And I want to stress how you as women parliamentarians are key drivers of change. Your leadership inside and outside the halls of parliaments ensures that diverse voices are heard, that legislation is crafted for a gender lens with inclusivity at its core. And at UN Women, we count on your unwavering commitment to see that the most pressing issues affecting women and girls globally are brought to the forefront. We are here to support you, to work with you, and I look very much forward to a fruitful debate on some of the emerging issues highlighted. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this contribution, Mrs. Kaltrup. Esteemed colleagues, dear participants, I am pleased that this session is held in an innovative format inspired by the Doha debates as a way of stimulating lively exchanges. The Doha debate format involves focusing on different motions, with some participants speaking in agreement and some others presenting different views. For this session, we will have 2 motions to debate, and speakers and presidents have already indicated the motions which they'd like to contribute to. After such a pertinent video and women's leadership of climate action, let us start our debate on motion number 1, which is that climate change is gender neutral. It has the same impact on women and men. To share views that differ from the motion, we will have esteemed colleagues. And now I'm just announcing all the colleagues that are going to talk. Afterwards, I will ask everyone again to take the floor. We're gonna hear Mrs. Kuan Sundari, President of the National Assembly of Cambodia. We will hear Mrs. Candida Kamisoko Kamara, President of the Senate of Côte d'Ivoire. Mrs. Margarita Adamugi Dalapa, Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique. Mrs. Belinde Uwineza, Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda. Mrs. Nelly Butete Kasumba Muti, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. Mrs. Sara Kugongoleva Amadhila, Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia. Mrs. Lachelle Aderli, President of the Senate of Bahamas. Mrs. Mabel Kohimona, President of the Senate of Zimbabwe. And Mrs. Angela Didisa, Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa. So, my dear colleagues, let's start with Mrs. Kuan Sundari, the President of the National Assembly of Cambodia. You have the floor.
Honorable Chair, esteemed Speaker, distinguished delegates. Climate change affects different groups of people differently depending on their level of adaptability and adaptation capacity. For this reason, with due respect, I disagree with the motion that climate change is gender neutral. It is obviously not. Women and girls face disproportionate risks and burdens. Women face heightened risks, including financial instability, reproductive insecurity, health vulnerability, gender-based violence, particularly during climate-induced crises. Women in Cambodia and around the world are confronting the climate crisis head-on. They are learning to cope and adapt. Hence, they play a significant role in advancing climate change initiatives. But to allow them to participate fully, they need access to resources, education, healthcare, and decision-making power. To address these challenges, I would like to suggest a few ways forward by incorporating gender-responsive policy, strengthening women's leadership in resource governments, promoting international collaboration, and multi-stakeholdership. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now I'm pleased to hear from Mrs. Candida Kamisoko Kamara, the President of the Senate of Côte d'Ivoire. What are insights, please?
Madame la Présidente.
Chair, honourable parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. To begin, we must note that natural disasters, prolonged droughts or floods affect both men and women. However, women disproportionately suffer the consequences of climate crises, including the impact of climate change, largely because women are the majority of poorer people around the world who depend on natural resources in local areas for their survival. In rural Africa, agriculture is generally socially structured. Agriculture is mainly reserved for men. However, growth and production is largely done by women. In this context, women are often charged with ensuring that their family have the necessary subsistence methods, including ability to heat their homes, water and food. Therefore, in periods of irregular precipitation or droughts, women living in rural areas work harder, going further distances in order to ensure that they have wood and water, and spend more time in seeking income and resources for their family. This situation increases their work and imposes on them a higher burden compared to their male counterparts. Essential services, in particular sexual and reproductive health services, can also be disrupted, which has an aggravating effect for women and girls. In the face of this, initiatives have taken place in Côte d'Ivoire, and in particular I would like to mention this project to strengthen climate change adaptation in the development program within the country, which aims to strengthen the gender dimension and awareness of it in developing programs by working in favour of rural women and proposing actions to increase their empowerment. We've also look to promote improved homes, which seek to improve forest resources and preserve them, while also improving situation for women who are largely responsible for collecting woods by improving their health and efficiency. Government has also produced a decree for the sub-prefectural committees for rural forestry management, which seeks to include women as representatives within these community organizations in order to ensure that we have a more equitable and effective response to climate action. I would also like to put forward 2 points of reflection, and clearly these are not exhaustive. First of all, we need to systematically integrate a gender approach into all climate policy, and secondly, we should promote women and rural women's access to property, to sustainable technology, and to proper weather data, and to markets. This will ensure that women can themselves set out their own lives and adapt, looking for justice and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I turn to Mrs. Margarida Adamugi Talapa, the Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique. I am very pleased to give you the floor, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, Mozambique is one of the vulnerable countries to the climate changes. This vulnerability stems largely from our geographical location and our heavy dependence on agriculture, a sector that is highly vulnerable to climate change in rainfall patterns. In a 4-month period, we recorded 3 tropical cyclones, which caused loss of human life, including severe damage to public and private infrastructure, representing a major setback to our development process. We therefore bring to this debate the voice of a country that experiences a real and urgent impacts of the climate change in its daily life. Based on our experience, we have learned that the effects of the climate change are not felt by everyone in the same way. Children, girls, and women are the ones who suffer disproportionately and more severely from its impacts. This reality is due to a combination of social and economic factors such as poverty, limited access to resources and information, as well as the social and cultural roles traditionally assigned to women. In many developing countries, including Mozambique, women have primarily responsibility for securing basic livelihoods resources for their families. As resources become scarce, women are forced to travel long distances, exposing themselves to significant risks such as gender-based violence and human trafficking. Therefore, In order to effectively address the effects of climate change, it's crucial to adopt gender-sensitive approaches that recognize the specific vulnerabilities and needs of women and girls to act in order to tackle them. We want to use our voice to call everyone here to use our voice and to influence the advocate in respective parliaments for the need to pass legislation, public policies that recognize the vulnerability. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you very much, dear distinguished colleagues.
Bineza, the Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda. The floor is yours, Ms. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor, Excellency President. Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the important debate on gender and climate change. I respectfully disagree with the motion that climate change is gender neutral, affecting women and men equally. While climate change impacts everyone, it does not affect all people equally. Women and girls bear a heavier burden depending existing inequalities. Let me highlight 5 critical areas where this disparity is clear. First, due to social roles and the division of labor, women perform 2.5 times more unpaid care and domestic work than men, activities that became even harder during climate crisis. Tasks like fetching water or collecting firewood grow more difficult, adding to women's workload and vulnerability. Second, women's limited access to productive resources such as land, education, technology, and other social services makes them more vulnerable to climate shocks like floods. For example, in Rwanda, in severe floods that hit in May 2023, over 130 lives were lost, and 64% of those displaced were women and young children. The government of Rwanda prioritized the rescue and economic recovery, acknowledging these vulnerabilities. Third, women remain underrepresented in climate-related decision-making. Without their voices, policies risk ignoring their specific needs and knowledge. Fourth, climate disasters increase risks of gender-based violence, exploitation, and trafficking, disproportionately impacting women and girls. Finally, barriers to adaptation and recovery persist due to limited access to financial services and education. In Rwanda, only 11.8% of female-headed households had access to irrigated land compared to 78.3% of women-headed ones, limiting women's ability to recover and adapt. In response, Rwanda has integrated gender equality into climate policies. Our national strategy for transformation and the green growth and climate resilience strategy emphasizes gender-responsive disaster risk management, agricultural insurance, and inclusive relocation from high-risk zones. The Parliament plays a vital role by legislating and overseeing gender-responsive climate action, supported by dedicated caucuses that mobilize inclusive and coordinated efforts for climate resilience. As women leaders, we must reject the myth of gender-neutral climate change, actively promote women's meaningful participation in climate decision-making at all levels. Equally, we must ensure that adaptation financing reaches women-led and women-focused in climate initiatives. Only through such gender-responsive approaches can we build resilient societies that protect everyone equally from climate impact. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your insights. And now I'm pleased to hear from Mrs. Nelly Butete Kasumba Muti, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, your insights. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this important motion. I rise to strongly oppose the assertion that climate change is gender neutral. It is not. In fact, in countries like Zambia, climate change magnifies pre-existing gender inequalities affecting women and girls the hardest. Madam President, let me illustrate this by highlighting Zambia's recent experience. During the 2023-24 farming season, Zambia experienced the worst drought in over a century due to El Nino. As a result, maize fields decreased by 30%. It should be noted that in Zambia, women make up the majority of small-scale farmers who are heavily dependent on rainfall. Therefore, women were more affected by the drought than men. Action Aid Zambia reported that women face heightened risk of violence, exploitation, and child marriage as food insecurity and economic stress deepened. Additionally, between May and December 2024 alone, Lifeline Childline Zambia, an organization dealing in child protection against all forms of abuse, received over 514,000 reports of gender-based violence and early marriage, mainly from drought-stricken areas. Madam President, you may wish to know that water scarcity forced women to walk more than twice the distance they normally cover to fetch water. As a result, some girls dropped out of school to support their families. Madam President, as I conclude, allow me to state that climate change is not just an environmental issue, but a gender justice issue. Its impact is not evenly distributed. It clearly impacts women more than men, and therefore, to claim that climate change is gender neutral is to deny the harsh realities of how countless women and girls are negatively affected by it in Zambia and beyond. Therefore, I stand firmly against the motion. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let's now continue with the views of Mrs. Sahara Kuongoleva Atahili, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia. The floor is yours, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Presidium. I rise to speak against the motion that climate change is gender neutral. While climate change itself may be indiscriminate in its occurrence, its impacts are far from equal. Pre-existing gender inequalities shape how climate change is experienced. Women and men do not stand on equal ground when it comes to climate resilience. In rural areas, women are often the primary providers of food, water, and fuel for their households. When droughts dry up water sources or floods destroy crops, it is they who work further, carry heavier burdens, and endure longer days. This is not an abstract concern. It is a lived reality that disproportionately affects women. Furthermore, women continue to face limited access to land ownership, financial resources, and technologies, key tools needed to adapt effectively to climate shocks. This restriction is rooted in social norms and cultural practices that deny them the opportunities afforded to men. Climate-related disasters also increase vulnerability to gender-based violence, as displacement and economic hardship exacerbate power imbalances. Women and girls are more exposed to exploitation, abuse, and health risks, particularly during times of crisis. Women are highly concentrated in climate-sensitive sectors, such as small-scale agriculture and informal trading. When crops fail or markets collapse due to climate change, their livelihoods are the first to be lost, deepening poverty and social vulnerability. Even health outcomes are gendered. Rising temperatures and pollution levels pose particular risk to pregnant women and newborns. Increased malnutrition and poor sanitation, especially during floods, disproportionately affect women and children. So while climate change may not target any gender, the consequences of our changing climate land unevenly, falling hardest on those with the least resources and the least power to respond, women. Therefore, a gender-blind approach to climate change, or rather climate policy, will leave our women behind, and no nation can afford to ignore the resilience, potential, and protection of half its population. Our own national policy on climate change in Namibia recognizes these disparities and calls for human rights-based development, acknowledges that rural women and children will bear the brunt of climate impacts, and advocates for gender-responsive interventions in emergency and emergency risk management, agriculture, health, water, and economic policy. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm pleased to invite you, Mrs. Lachelle Adderley, the President of the Senate of Bahamas. You have the floor, Madam Speaker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished speakers and honorable presidents, I oppose this motion. Undoubtedly, climate change adversely impacts everyone, but in varying degrees. It is my view that in small island developing states like the Bahamas, climate change disproportionately impacts women more than men. In SIDS, women are the caretakers of their immediate families and are responsible for securing food, water, shelter, and enforcing the need for an education. As climate change intensifies, disruptions to agriculture and fisheries and livelihoods pose significant threats to women's roles and reveal our vulnerabilities. The increasing frequency of hurricanes and droughts can decimate crops and reduce fish stocks, directly impacting food security and economic stability. The statistics and research speak to this stark reality, as women are 14 more times likely than men to die in a natural disaster, a statistics that reflects the vulnerabilities they face due to social and economic factors. For example, out of the 230,000 persons killed in the Indian Ocean tsunami, 70% of them were women. In 2019, Hurricane Dorian devastated the second and third island economies of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, leaving women caretakers and children vulnerable and without housing, food, jobs, and more prone to physical, sexual, and emotional violence. Post-Hurricane Dorian, invariably men return to work much faster. Meanwhile, the women remain in the shelter without communication, emotional, nor financial support. According to UN data, in many countries, violence against women, environmental activists, and defenders of environmental activists' rights have become violence against them have become well documented. Executive Director of the UNICEF reminds us that a climate crisis is a child's right crisis, and that children in a storm and flood-prone nations around the world are among the most vulnerable to having their lives upended. It is clear that the impact of climate change are profoundly intertwined with gender dynamics, revealing a stark reality where women often face disproportionate realities and challenges when compared to men. The antidote to this imbalance is having more women at the decision-making table. Women are frequently underrepresented in decision-making process related to climate change, disaster recovery, and resource management. This lack of representation means that our unique perspectives and need may be overlooked, further entrenching gender disparities. There is a need for more gender-sensitive legislation as it relates to climate change. Women need to be empowered through resource access, equal representation, engagement in the adaptation and migration. In closing, a gender-blind approach to climate change will only deepen existing inequalities. There is a clarion call for climate justice, gender-responsive legislation, and sustainable policy frameworks that will protect women and children. As leaders of Parliament, we are uniquely positioned to play such a crucial role. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Mabel Chinomona, the President of the Senate of Zimbabwe. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is vital to address the misconception that climate change is gender neutral, especially from a Zimbabwean perspective. In Zimbabwe, the effects of climate change are profoundly gendered, exacerbating existing inequalities faced by women in rural areas. Women who make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce are directly affected by erratic weather patterns that threaten food security. They often lack access to resources and decision-making power, making them more vulnerable to the impacts of climate-related disasters. The aftermath of Cyclone Idai in 2019 serves as a stark reminder. In Zimbabwe, thousands of women were left without essential services, facing increased risks of gender-based violence and exploitation in displacement camps. Climate change also contributes to low levels of awareness and access to sexual and reproductive health and rights needs among women. These challenges illustrate that while climate change is a global threat, its impacts are not felt equally. Madam President, to address these issues, the Zimbabwean government has launched several initiatives aimed at protecting women from the effects of climate change. Programs such as the National Gender Policy, the Climate Change Gender Action Plan, and the Climate Change Response Strategy emphasize women's inclusion in decision-making processes. Additionally, the Women's Development Fund provides financial support for women-led projects that enhance resilience to climate impacts. Government departments are also supporting women's adoption of drought-resistant crops, efficient irrigation systems, and sustainable agricultural practices to enhance food security and resilience to climate variability. Addressing the complex challenges posed by climate change in Zimbabwe and elsewhere in the global south requires a comprehensive and multi-sectoral approach. Empowering women is essential to building resilience at the community level, as women are largely at the forefront of food, land, and water management. This includes providing women with access to land, credit, and agricultural training, as well as strengthening their role in decision-making processes. Therefore, I urge this Assembly to recognize that, indeed, climate action must encompass gender justice. If we ignore the gender dimensions of climate change, we perpetuate systemic injustice and deepen the challenges faced by the most vulnerable, which is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And now I'm glad to give Mrs. Angela Diditsa, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, to ask her to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members. Indeed, I stand here to oppose the motion. As much as I believe that climate change affects everyone, it does not do so equally. Its impacts are shaped by social, economic, and political inequalities, making it distinctly gendered. If we fail to acknowledge these differences, climate change will remain an amplifier of existing gender inequalities. Women's lower labor force participation, lower wages, and high representation in agriculture, particularly at a small-scale level, and informal sectors, increase their vulnerability to climate shocks. They also face limited land ownership, restricted access to credit, and higher burden of unpaid care work, all of which reduces their ability to adapt and recover. Madam Speaker, I just want to make an example. If a flood were to happen, in most instances, women, while they know they might have to run away, they will have to think about their children, they'll have to think about their mothers, they'll have to think about their in-laws, all of whom who become a responsibility for women. But mostly men will oops and go, forgetting that they've got families. It is for these reasons that we argue that climate change is not gender neutral because its impact affects more women than men. The ILO research shows that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women. This highlights gendered nature of climate-induced migration and the need for gender-responsive migration and adaptation policies by countries. South Africa is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change due to its high levels of poverty, gender inequality, and dependence of natural resources. These vulnerabilities are compounded by climate-induced stressors such as droughts and heat waves, which disproportionately affect women and girls. A study conducted by local universities in South Africa analyzed data from 1,958 police stations across South Africa and found that there was a significant correlation between changing climate and poverty-related crimes and violence. The study estimates that if South Africa's average temperatures rises by 1%, the country could see an increase of 800 to 1,000 homicides annually, on top of the current figure of 20,336 homicides per year. In conclusion, Madam Speaker and honorable members, evidence is clear that climate change is not gender neutral. It deepens existing inequalities, disproportionately affecting women and girls. And therefore, as parliamentarians, we have a duty to ensure that our climate policies are not only environmentally sound, but also just. This means embedding gender equality into every aspect of climate legislation, budgeting, and implementation. It is within us to make such a change. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And now I'd like to call Ms. Carolina Cerqueira, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, to take the floor.
Our parliament has developed recently a summit on parliamentary action for food security. In Africa, the effects of climate change between men and women are determined by social economic structures which are rooted. These issues should be analyzed in several dimensions in order to understand why and how the women are more vulnerable and essential in seeking a solution. I want to give you some examples of the main factors that sustain our vision. The traditional division of the role of women in many countries of Africa. Women are responsible for livelihoods, fetching water and caring for their families. The droughts have affected more women than men. The unequal access to resources, as well as finding new technology, etc., the lack of support to women to have access of land, and the legal right to health and security. This also affects the most the women with regards to climate change. The climate change aggravated the food security and water availability and affecting the most women and the child malnutrition. The natural disasters, this displacement expose women to the most violence based sexual violence in refugee camps as well as IDPs. The women are more vulnerable to drop out school, lack of access of climatic information, as well as emergency in areas of conflict. In addition to being the majority of the population in the biggest workforce in the agriculture, women do not take a decision with regards on the management of natural resources, climate adaptation, and so on and so forth. We have been taking a debate in our committees at Parliament, the issue of the food security, nutrition, and the role of women in this process, because we think that Angola is still a country where the family agriculture has a way, and we have effects of droughts that has been affecting the girls who drop out schools and have others several health problems which are aggravated by this scarcity of water. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for having me.
Excuse me. Please, when you don't switch off the mic, we cannot hear the chairperson. Now it's okay, but before. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
بسبب الكوارث المناخية. ووفق ما تشير إليه تقارير الأمم المتحدة أن 80% من النازحين بسبب الكوارث المناخية.
I'd like to mention 80% of displaced persons who are women. There was a technical issue. We now have interpretation. The technical issue is solved.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Climate change is certainly not neutral when it comes to gender. Yes, indeed, it does affect everybody, but it affects men and women differently depending on economic, social, and cultural factors. Climate change has an unequal and disproportionate impact on men and women. It impacts them differently in conflicts or in poor communities. Women and children are the worst affected because of displacements as a result of climate change. And I'd like to refer to UN reports that say that 80% of displaced persons in climate catastrophes are women. And we know that women are responsible for their households when it comes to a natural disaster, such as a drought or flooding. And this limits their access to education. We also know that women work to a large extent in the healthcare sector, which exposes them to bacteria and other health risks. Women also have limited access to fuel and to other resources, and also they do not have access to decision-making processes. And we know that this inequality increases in times of catastrophe. And violence against children and against women also increases in times of crisis. Consequently, we are aware of the following. Men's consumption patterns lead to a greater carbon footprint compared to women who are more likely to recycle and to use renewable resources. We know that men also are impacted in that they might lose their employment. For example, if there is a drought which affects fishing. Therefore, we do need to involve women in decision-making processes and in decision-making bodies. Equally, we need to offer protection to women activists speaking out to protect the environment in the interest of limiting the impact on women.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Deputy Speaker, for your very, very valuable insights. So, my dear colleagues, I would like to ask if any of the other colleagues, Speaker or President of Parliament, would like to make additional comments. We've now had only opinions of Speaker and Presidents that are opposing themselves in regard of this motion. Perhaps somebody else would like to take spontaneously the floor as well. We are open, we have time. Even though we would be interested to hear from any other speaker who may be in agreement with this motion, I totally understand. And now I'm speaking personally about what I've just learned and heard of all of you speakers, that I totally also understand that you all have a negative meaning regarding this motion. It was really fruitful and very important to listen and to understand and to learn from each other. Well, so my dear esteemed colleagues and dear participants, thank you so much for all the insights and also the dynamic contributions. Your views, they're very, very enlightening. And as I've already said, we can learn by those times when you really listen to each other. Several of you highlighted that while climate change affects all people, its impacts are often felt differently by women and girls, especially in contexts where social and economic inequalities exist and persist. We also heard valuable examples of how parliaments are responding to make sure that climate action is both inclusive and equitable. So what I think should happen now is that you're going to see another video. this powerful contribution on the topic of this session, now we move on to the next motion on artificial intelligence and online violence. The motion states that it is already too late to make AI gender sensitive and to legitimate violence against women online. We do have speakers that are speaking in agreement and in disagreement. The speaker in agreement with the statement, I'm pleased to hear we have our esteemed colleagues, Mrs. Antonia Naneseva, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Latvia, and we also hear from Mrs. Kulmanova, the Chairwoman of the Assembly of the Turkmenistan, by video message. And then we're gonna hear and listen to the speaker who are in disagreement with the motion. And I am pleased to have our esteemed colleagues, Mrs. Turuan Sven Bjarmandodir, Speaker of the Althing of Iceland, and Mrs. Raymonde Gagne, the Speaker of the Senate of Canada, and also Mrs. Candida Gomis-Soto Camara, the President du Sénat de Côte d'Ivoire. So now I'm pleased to start with Mrs. Antonia Nanseva, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Latvia. Madam Deputy Speaker, the floor is yours. And dear colleagues, if some more would like to add themselves to the list of the speakers, just let us know. Please now, the floor is yours.
Madam President, dear representatives, dear colleagues, I very much agree on the statement and motion. We are at the stage where us, the leaders of our nations, have to make a choice to set an example for positive AI development or to allow for the unethical and unpredictable rise of AI to continue. The thing is, AI is full of gender bias. It learned it from us, from stereotypes that live in our societies and continue to bloom every day. With the ever-changing flow of information, AI will become unstoppable. Now there are apps that allow to generate pictures and videos that undress young girls and women without their consent. Later, they are sexually exploited and mocked. Unfortunately, AI is largely used in scams, and this affects a significant part of population, especially the ones that are already disadvantaged, like women. Gender-biased AI is not only a women issue, a women problem. It is a UN-wide issue, a worldwide crisis. We parliamentarians hold the legislative power, and it is our job to put our people's needs first and protect our future with effective and fair AI regulation. Though AI opens a lot of doors that previously did not exist, and it can be used for good if done right. Like closing the gap between genders, skyrocketing inventions, providing affordable healthcare, and much more. But allow this to be your wake-up call. AI will not wait. Thank you.
So now we're gonna have a video message by Mrs. Kulmanova. She's the chairwoman of the Assembly of Turkmenistan.
Здравствуйте, госпожа президент Уля Аксен. Здравствуйте, дамы и господа. В первую очередь желаю успеха в работе 15-го саммита женщин-спикеров парламентов. Хочу выразить признательность за предоставленную возможность выступить в виде обращения. Уважаемые участники саммита, наше независимое, постоянно нейтральное государство, правовой статус которой трижды признан Организацией Объединенных Наций, в год которой проходит под девизом Международный год мира и доверия, в обстановке мира и созидания, добрососедства, взаимного уважения и понимания все более развивает отношения со своими друзьями и партнерами по всему сообществу. В нашей стране реализуется широкий комплекс мер, направленный на дальнейшее укрепление правовых основ туркменского общества, укрепление демократических традиций и обеспечение политических, экономических, социальных и культурных прав личности каждого гражданина страны. В Конституции и законах Туркменистана отражены нормы, гарантирующие социальную защищенность каждого человека, равные права и свободы мужчин и женщин, равные возможности для их реализации. Туркменистан, признав всеобщую декларацию прав человека, присоединился к основным международным документам в этой области, в том числе по правам женщин. В результате гуманной политики, проводимой уважаемым президентом Туркменистана, обеспечивается социальная защищенность каждого гражданина, в том числе женщин, наращиваются возможности повышения высокой социальной, экономической и трудовой активности женщин. Благодаря проводимой в нашей стране деятельности и создаваемых возможностей по обеспечению более благоприятных бытовых и рабочих условий женщин, трудовых льгот, социальной поддержки, туркменские женщины достойно представлены в органах государственной власти, законодательном, исполнительном, судебных органах, трудятся на высоких руководящих должностях, принимают активное участие во внешнеполитической деятельности, занимаются благотворительной, научной и творческой деятельностью. Такая комплексная деятельность способствует реализации глобальной повестки дня «Женщины в мире и безопасности», повестки дня по устойчивому развитию на период до 2030 года, Пекинская декларация и платформы действий, других многосторонних международных документов, принятых под эгидой ООН. Уважаемые друзья, в настоящее время парламентская дипломатия приобретает особое важное значение в развитии дружественных отношений между народами и странами мира. Развитие между межпарламентскими организациями, отношений взаимного сотрудничества, а также расширение межпарламентских переговоров в рамках этих организаций свидетельствует о повышении роли парламентов в мире. 15-й саммит женщин-спикеров парламентов будет способствовать продвижению деятельности, реализуемой между нашими странами, и привлечению внимания международной общественности к значению диалога и налаживанию уверенного сотрудничества, поддержки деятельности, реализуемой в этом направлении путем парламентской дипломатии и обмена опытом в этой сфере. Нам хочется подчеркнуть нашу готовность и в будущем к сотрудничеству по укреплению межгосударственных отношений, обмену опытом в парламентской и законодательной деятельности, обеспечению мира, устойчивого развития, в том числе гендерного равенства во всем мире. Уважаемые участники саммита, в нашей стране проводятся международные мероприятия на различных уровнях по случаю объявления 2025 года Международным годом мира и доверия и 30-летия постоянного нейтралитета Туркменистана. Пользуясь случаем, мы приглашаем вас принять участие в этих мероприятиях в качестве уважаемых гостей. Пользуясь возможностью, желаю вам всем крепкого здоровья, успехов в проводимой вами деятельности, вашим странам благополучия и процветания. Благодарю за внимание.
And lasting prosperity and progress for your countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, Madam Chairwoman. And now I'm pleased to turn to Mrs. Tuoron Svenjebijatarnardottir. She is the Speaker of the Althing of Iceland, to share her views that differ from the motion. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
I beg to differ, to say it's already too late. It's only not defeatist, it's simply false. History shows us that complex societal changes or challenges, from civil rights to climate action, have seen transformative progress, not because the path was easy, but because people refused to accept that it was too late. AI systems are not static. They're constantly being developed, trained, and fine-tuned. What's trained can be retrained. What is important in my mind is that we come face to face with the fact that the social media giants, those who are now platforms like Meta, YouTube, and X, who already deploy AI are in private ownership, and therefore it's very important that governments in the public sphere set the legal framework for the use of AI. It needs to be done, and it needs to be done internationally. NGOs and researchers have built AI tools that detect misogynist language in real time, support survivors, and even predict online mob dynamics. The existence and successes of these tools prove that it's not too late, and we are just at the beginning of harnessing their full potential if the political will is there. Governments and institutions from the EU to the UN are adopting frameworks that require AI to be ethical and human rights based, and this needs to be done in the legal framework of every country in the world. The Istanbul Convention, UNESCO's AI ethic guidelines, and feminist digital rights movements all show coordinated international will. We are at a turning point. It is not too late. We have agency and we have political power, and we need to use that will today to make sure that the development of AI not only regenerates existing power structures, that is the patriarchy, but also reflects the necessary changes that need to be made in the world. And those changes include equality for all, education for girls and women, and political power and responsibility of women in all countries. Let's not give up. If we do that now, those biases that are indeed being regenerated will calcify. But if we act with courage, with clarity and urgency, it's absolutely not too late. It's exactly the right time to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to call on Mrs. Raymonde Gagné, the Speaker of the Senate of Canada, to share her views that differ from the motion. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President.
To be here today, and I stand against the motion, and as I believe we still have time to improve artificial intelligence systems and make them more gender sensitive. Even AI systems themselves reject the idea that it is too late. I put this very question to Gemini and ChatGPT. They both gave me examples of how we can get there and detail the challenges we still need to work through. I would like to focus on one crucial point: the lack of diversity in development teams and in the AI industry. The exact figures vary depending on the source, but women currently represent less than a third of professionals in the field. Creating diverse teams made up of people from different genders, cultures, and races can help bring a range of perspectives to AI development. It also helps minimize the risk of bias and stereotypes, whether conscious or unconscious, being embedded in AI systems. To increase the presence of women in AI, we need to encourage more women and girls to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. At the same time, we must make these fields more gender sensitive and address workplace conditions that contribute to the loss of women already working in them. Of course, simply increasing the number of women on AI development teams is not a magic solution. It is just one part of the equation. To truly make AI gender sensitive, we must also address the biases and stereotypes that exist in society as a whole. Otherwise, even the most diverse teams risk reproducing existing biases. Making AI gender sensitive will require sustained and coordinated efforts from us. I truly believe we can succeed. It is our responsibility to ensure that the tools that are developed do not undermine progress toward gender equality. Women's rights must exist in the digital world as well. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And now I am glad to invite Mrs. Kandia Kamisoko Kamara, la présidence du Sénat du Côte d'Ivoire. Vous avez la parole.
You have the floor, madam.
Excellences, Mesdames les Présidentes, Mesdames et Messieurs, je tiens à vous faire part de ma profonde conviction, en totale contradiction avec l'affirmation selon laquelle il serait déjà trop tard pour rendre l'intelligence artificielle sensible au genre et éliminer la violence à l'égard des femmes sur Internet. Cela revient en effet à abandonner l'espace numérique aux logiciels discriminatoires, à accepter l'exclusion technologique des femmes et à considérer comme inéluctables les violences sexistes et raciales en ligne. En notre qualité de femmes parlementaires, nous avons une responsabilité collective, agir, influencer et légiférer pour une utilisation plus responsable et plus inclusive de l'Internet.
An inclusive use of the digital space. With regard to Côte d'Ivoire, we have an encouraging initiative through the adoption of 2 laws in 2013 relative to the fight against cyber crime. In 2025, Côte d'Ivoire made significant progress in digital space, supported by strategic initiatives and significant investment, as well as this has also been demonstrated by a number of indicators such as the percentage of population with access to internet, the improvement of infrastructure, the adoption of the national AI strategy in 2024, and these are significant milestones in our country towards more inclusive development. These strategies aim for the deadline of 2030 to ensure that all of the population can benefit from AI, both in rural and in urban areas. AI will therefore be considered as an important lever of promoting gender awareness and reducing violence against women. It remains the case that work is yet to be done, but to say that it is already too late would be to close the door to ethical regulation of artificial intelligence, to the fight against biased algorithms, and the promotion of equal digital content. Parliaments have a crucial role to play, one, by adopting preventive and forward-looking laws on AI and cybercrime, which are gender responsive. Second, through the strengthening of legal protections for women victims of digital violence. 3, the creation of resource platforms for signaling abuses that are easily accessed. And 4, the consideration of what can be imposed on AI companies to consider the social impact of their algorithms. It's never too late to act in favor of human rights. It's rather, we would be too late if we remain silent and sit on our laurels. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Présidence. And now I would like to hand over the floor to Cynthia Lopez Castro. She's a senator from Mexico and the president of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. Please, the floor is yours, Cynthia.
Muchas gracias, querida.
Thank you very much, dear President. I'm speaking in my native language now. And I would like to speak about the major challenges that we have related to artificial intelligence as parliamentarians. A major percentage of women parliamentarians around the world have received some or been subject to some sort of violence, and this has often come through AI, as we know. The level of harassment that parliamentarians suffer is high, and this is often through social networks, for example on X, and sometimes we see it on Instagram or on Facebook. And all of those of us who have been victims nationally, we have to have regulation. And that is why today I would call on the 58 women speakers who are around in congresses around the world, and this is a significant force, to whenever you're sitting in front of your parliaments, that we try to adopt a legal framework that is clear and specific to regulate this digital violence that we are living around the world. As a chair of women parliamentarians, I have often seen cases where parliamentarians end up resigning their seats whenever they have a very active political career. These women end up leaving Parliament and abandoning their jobs as a result of the violence and harassment they receive. And that is why I think that it is very important that you, as women speakers of Parliament and presidents of Parliament, commit to the creation of a legal framework that punishes digital violence in parliaments, that sanctions violence against women parliamentarians. And I have to say that we have the Olympia law in Mexico, which has been approved in various Latin American countries, and the Olympia law, which is put forward by a Mexican activist, places onto the criminal code digital violence as a crime. So this is now a crime in Mexico. This has been approved in a number of other countries, including in the United States. And what we need to continue to do is to build legal frameworks to avoid political gender-based violence. And I think the majority of the women in this room have been subject of political violence at some point in our career. And lastly, I would like to recognize the leadership of the President of Mexico, President Sheinbaum, as I said, the first woman president we've had in 200 years. And as President of Mexico, continues to be subject to political violence every day, and people saying she does that because she's a woman, and continues to be subject of discrimination. And that is why I would call on all of us to make a strong legal framework for not one more woman has to resign her post for fear of digital violence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mrs. President. So now I'm glad to hand over the microphone to the Vice President of the European Parliament, to Mrs. Katrina Barley. The floor is yours, Mrs. Vice President.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Actually, I felt I should take the floor because the European Union, in fact, is the legal space that was the first to regulate AI in a broader manner with our AI Act, which is astonishingly enough if you think of the impact that AI is having on all of our everyday life. And what is even more astonishing is the criticism that we have been facing for this, because all over the place we have heard that this might constitute a disadvantage for Europe in a global competition for investments in AI. Because everybody, everywhere else, probably not everywhere, but almost everywhere else, people are free when they design and establish AI. Now, as I said, AI is already changing all of our lives, and I think the impact that AI will have on our societies we cannot overestimate. There are scientists and even developers of AI that even say that as soon as AI can get rid of our human oversight and control, they will just take over. Just read an interview where someone said the probability of that is by around 20%. I don't know how he measured that, but well, I mean, we all see that the self-developing, this is important, the self-developing AI, they do not depend anymore on what we give them, what we feed AI, but they search for it themselves. So this is something that is will change our societies very much. So, and if we have a look at how young people generate their information, where they look for information, it is very often now ChatGPT and other sources. So I would very much agree with my colleague from Iceland. It is an ongoing development, and we have to stay on the ball. The biases are already there because, of course, these systems are only reproducing the biases that are already in the world. And probably you have all heard of the AI that was used for, it's a real example, to propose salaries for people applying for jobs. And this AI gave you very much lower salaries proposals when there were women involved, because they recurred to the salaries that are being paid in reality. And in reality, they are lower than men's salaries usually. So the reproduction is very clear, and we address those biases and these mechanisms in our AI Act. So I agree we must not give up, but the changes and the danger is real because they are self-learning systems. What do we need? We do need legislation. I truly, strongly believe in this. There is no other field, especially so existential, that is just left without any boundaries by legislation. But it will not be enough. We also have to influence what is the content that is in the digital space. So we also need science. We also need NGOs. We also need fact-based media to provide our digital space with reliable information that is not biased. The first condition is that we are aware of the problem, and that is why I am very grateful that you took on this question and that we can discuss it in this important conference. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Mrs. Vice President, Mrs. Barley, for your insights. Well, dear colleagues, I'd like now to ask if any other president, speaker, would like to make additional comments. You're welcome to react or provide additional insights as you'd like us to have some interaction here, please. Well, I think everything has been said. Thank you so much, esteemed colleagues, for this compelling and thought-provoking exchange. Today's debate on the statements on AI brought forward both conviction and caution. You have shared that the foundational structures of AI systems are already deeply biased and reflect existing inequalities, making meaningful reform a steep and possible unachievable task. Strong counterpoints were offered, highlighting the belief that through legislation, regulation, ethical oversight, and more women in science, technology, engineering, and math, it is still possible to shape AI in a way that upholds gender equality and protects human rights. The responsibility of parliaments to act urgently was underlined, not only to protect women and girls from online abuse, but to ensure that future technologies are developed with inclusivity and safety at their core. We also heard valuable country examples and policy proposals that demonstrate how parliamentary leadership can make a tangible difference. Esteemed colleagues, dear participants, we have now come to the end of our Doha-style debate. It was truly thought-provoking exchange, rich on ideas and diverse perspectives. I am confident that the points raised will meaningfully inform and guide our action in follow-up this summit. Zainab, is it okay? So, my dear colleagues, give us 2 minutes to wait till the president of the IPU, Dr. Julia Axon, will be with us. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, as we come to the close of this deeply enriching 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament, I want to thank each of you for your presence, for your powerful voices, and your unwavering commitment to peace, equality, and justice. Over the past day, we have come together not only as fellow speakers of Parliament, but we came together as women leaders entrusted with the hopes and expectations of women and girls around the world. We have shared our realities, we have listened, we have debated. What emerged from our discussions is clear. Peace is not simply the absence of war, it is the presence of fairness, of inclusion and of opportunity. And therefore, peace cannot be sustained if it remains blind or gender equality, deaf of women's voice, or untouched by the hands of those who know conflict not as a headline, but as a lived experience. We agreed that women, peace and security agenda is not merely a political framework. It is a moral imperative and a strategic roadmap. Because when women are excluded from peace talks, peace agreements fail. and diplomatic losses impact, when girls are kept and excluded from spaces where realities are shaped and decisions are taken, innovation stalls and injustice multiplies. This summit has proven once again that the solutions are within our reach. As speakers of parliament, we must champion multilateral cooperation. We must defend human rights and humanitarian law, and we must place gender equality at the core of our governance. We can and must shape peace processes that are inclusive from the ground up, where women's leadership is not an exception, but the norm. We know that it is not enough to support women's participation. We must actively enable it. From negotiating tables to diplomatic service, from parliaments to peace missions, we must break down the barriers. We must challenge exclusionary norms and ensure that institutions are designed to empower. This requires not only policies and budgets, but it requires a collective cultural shift, one that we, all together as women speakers, are uniquely placed to lead. At the heart of this shift lies mentorship and example. It is not secret that women and girls around the world look at us. They look at us for proof that their voices matter, that their dreams are valid, and that leadership is possible, no matter where they come from. And we cannot diminish their dreams. We owe them institutions that reflect their realities. We owe them leadership that lifts others up. We discussed the urgent need to address the climate crisis through a gender-responsive lens, to ensure that technology and artificial intelligence are governed in ways that uphold dignity and legitimate bias. Above all, we must shield women from the devastating physical and digital violence that still erodes their safety and limits their participation. These are not side issues, my dear colleagues. They are central to sustainable peace. We also recognize today the need for renewed trust in democracy. Our parliaments must not only legislate, our parliaments must also inspire. We must reach across generations, embarrassing younger women, particularly from underrepresented communities, and guide them into space of influence. Parity is not a distant goal. Parity must be our shared standard. And for that, we need to partner with men, all allies, in reshaping institutions, challenging harmful norms, and building truly inclusive leadership. Colleagues, in 2025, as we mark the 30th anniversary since the Beijing Platform for Action and the 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, we are not just looking back, we are claiming the future. This summit has chartered a path forward rooted in inclusion, driven by solidarity and led by women. All these important statements and related commitments are included in the outcome document of the summit. I thank you warmly for having enriched it with your views, with your ideas and inputs, and I take it that this outcome document can now be adopted. Well, my dear colleagues, you have just received a small bell. It is a gift from me as the President of the National Parliament of Switzerland. It is a gift which has been produced in the city where I live. We do have there a 650-year-old clock factory. And this single bell, everyone, is a unique example for you to take back home. Bells bring people together for church service, for village gatherings, in emergencies, or this little bell also brings us together at the 15th summit of the Women Speakers of Parliament. Hope you do enjoy it. Hope it will ring out in a very special moment. And I think now we do have also a very special moment. I invite you all to take in your hands your little bell, and so we can proceed together with the adoption of the declaration by belling this bell. So it is decided. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. This document will serve as a powerful expression of our shared resolve and will carry out our voices into our parliaments and nations, as well as into the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament beginning tomorrow. All persons here in this venue will, when you're gonna leave this room later on, you will also receive a small bag of gifts for everybody from Switzerland, from the Parliament of Switzerland. You will find in your bag chocolate from Switzerland, a little notebook, and a little Victorix tool set, which is in the credit card format, which is accepted in all airplanes. But with that, it is my honor now to pass the floor to the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Dr. Julia Axen, for her closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Madam President Rinica, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, dear friends, as we bring this summit to a close, I want to thank you all for the authenticity, strength, and solidarity you have brought into this space. Today we have heard one another, challenged one another, and encouraged one another. And in doing so, we have reaffirmed why this summit is not just important, but also it is indispensable. Let me take a moment to express, on behalf of us all, our sincere appreciation to our hosts. To you, Madam President Rinica, and to the National Council of Switzerland. Thank you for your warm hospitality and for your continued commitment to dialogue, inclusion, and peace. We are especially grateful to have held this summit here in Switzerland, the home of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and our parliamentary diplomacy. This setting is more than symbolic. It reinforces the strength of our shared values and the spirit of international cooperation that defines our work. We have stood together to reflect not only on how far we have come, but on how much more we must still do. We have reaffirmed the importance of our leadership towards inclusive, just, and lasting peace, with women and girls at the center. In this time marked by conflict, fragility, and rising inequalities, our parliaments must be part of the solution. As the world needs the wisdom of dialogue and the strength of inclusion, we must ensure that our parliaments protect rights, uphold dignity, and are able to foster peace. As women speakers of parliament, we have a unique and urgent role to play in this. The presence of so many of us in this room today was a powerful signal that can turn it into lasting transformation. The outcomes of this summit give us renewed purpose and a clearer path forward. We know what is needed. We know what action must be taken. I would like to call a sense of urgency. The calls for action will not always come in quiet moments. They come in times of crisis, of conflict, and of backlash. And as we see escalating violence and insecurity in so many corners of the world, impacting women and girls and their future so harshly, this moment demands that we accelerate our efforts. Central to such efforts must be the elimination of violence against women and girls at all times and in all circumstances. Acts of gender-based violence are not isolated incidents. They are rooted in societal norms and power structures that discriminate against women and exclude them. Whether it is harassment in parliaments, intimidation online, or the use of sexual violence as a weapon in conflict, all forms of violence against women in politics share a single aim: to silence, to deter, and to exclude women from public life. Addressing this requires more than just protective measures. It demands confronting and transforming the social norms and power imbalances that sustain such violence. And it demands justice for victims and the effective prosecution of perpetrators, because impunity fuels despair and erodes the very principles of democratic societies. Without safety, there can be no equality. And without equality, there can be no democracy or peace. Colleagues, friends, tomorrow we join our colleagues at the Conference of Speakers of Parliament. Let us bring into that space the conviction we have shared here that gender equality is not a chapter in peace, development, and democracy, but the thread that runs through every part of lasting peace, sustainable development, and strong democracy. Let us mobilize the whole parliamentary community to upscaling our institution in ways that reflect the full diversity and strength of our societies, that help forge peace, protect rights, and restore trust in public life, and that not only speak of equality, but deliver it. This summit must not end here. Dear colleagues, dear friends, let it carry forward in each of us, in the way we lead, in the way we legislate, in the way we drive peace, and in the way we support one another. Let us carry this forward together. That said, dear colleagues, I would like to request you, I forgot my bell, if you would excuse me. So we are going to do this 4 times, dear colleagues. The first one, we are going to ring the bell to say thank you to our auspicious hosts. Okay, thank you very much. And the second one will go to the Secretary General of IPU and the Secretary General of the National Council of our host here, the National Council. Colleagues, we are speakers, we are deputy speakers, we are distinguished delegates, but without the work of the Secretariat, it would have been very difficult to have put everything in place. That's why we have had to ring a bell for them. So that is already done. You want a second one? Thank you. Okay, so the third one goes to all the men in the House who are ready to support the women and the cause that we are fighting for. We have had to do that because we know when we are fighting for gender equality, when we are fighting against gender-based violence, we can't fight that alone. We need men together with us. So the men who are in the House have to be particularly recognized. Thank you for joining us. Colleagues, now the last one. Let me take this opportunity to declare the 15th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament officially closed. Thank you so much.
Good morning. You have a nice shower and have a rest. Say hello to your kids. Yeah. Are they here? No, they haven't finished. So you're going to see them? Yes.